Hello everybody and welcome to my Kingdom Hearts Final Mix beginner any percent tutorial. This has been requested by a lot of people and here we are. So this is going to be a bit different from my other tutorials that you might have seen. Instead of playing through the game and explaining what to do in real time, I'm instead going to explain the world record run in very great detail, and I will record some alternate strats in post, or if I mess up anything in my PB, I will also record what it's supposed to look like. This is currently the best showcase of the Kingdom Hearts Final Mix beginner any percent speedrun, so I thought I would do it this way, just to show like how things are done in the most optimal way. But yeah, let's get started. And if you enjoy and find this useful, please like and subscribe. It would really help me a lot. But yeah, at the beginning here, I select the manual camera. I would recommend using manual camera over automatic because it can make the camera setups more consistent. Like whenever you go through a load zone, your camera position actually gets maintained in the next room. And using the manual camera just makes things like that more consistent, especially later on where we have to do like Chamber 3 skip and Monstro. You want the camera to be at a consistent angle. Also before I begin this, I would recommend watching my KHFM Speedrun Basics video before watching this tutorial, if you want to know how to optimize your combos and movement and stuff like that. But if you already know how to do that, then yeah, we can proceed with this. So this is on the Japanese version, but I will explain the menus that I'm doing. And I will also mention, if you want to run this on the English version, I will mention some of the differences. So on the PC version, you can skip the opening cutscene. The cutscene skip timing is very specific. Also depends on the cutscene whether you can skip it instantly or if you have to wait for it to fade in. You just have to do runs, and eventually you'll your muscle memory will remember how to, like, when and where to skip everything. But not really something to worry about that much.
I'm not dedicated enough, you're right.
So at the beginning here, you want to select the staff. This gives you a +1 MP increase, which makes your MP stronger and your magic stronger. We're going to give up the shield because defense doesn't really matter in this category.
7 years of my life to this game, to speedrunning this game. You know,
that's true. Yeah, so pick staff, give up the shield. And then after that cutscene skip, there's actually another hidden cutscene skip you can do before you see this. It's like nearly frame perfect, and it saves like half a second at most. Like if you mash the start button enough, you might get it. So skip those two cutscenes, and then at the start here, you just want to mash anytime you have like text pop-ups. Well, here I only mash circle because you have to attack right after. Also, it doesn't matter if you use X or circle to attack. I prefer circle because it's a personal preference, but I know other top runners use X to attack, so it doesn't really matter. But here you want to mash the attack button and do a swing right there. And then whenever you're mashing through text, press the triangle and circle button. The way I do it is I put my index finger on triangle and my thumb on circle, and I just alternate between the two. It's pretty easy. It's like a kind of like a claw grip.
Onto another 7.
And then right here, skip the cutscene and then hold forward, like walk forward, and as soon as you get to gameplay, attack. Do a full combo on the shadow. So you can see I'm holding forward right here, and then I'm gonna attack the shadow. And then right here, you're going to hold right, and while you're mashing through the text with triangle and circle, you're going to walk to the right of this dress right here. And then right here, there will be two shadows lined up right here, and majority of the time you can combo both together using a ground combo. And then the other two shadows are a bit RNG, but sometimes you can also combo those two with a ground combo, but it's just, you just have to react to what happens. So right here, two shadows are going to line up. And I was able to do a full combo to kill both of them. This shadow's jumping, and this one is about to jump, so I'm going to back up probably, and then try to combo both of them. Yeah, like so. But there's quite a bit of variation there. If you're not able to combo both shadows together, I would recommend switching to air hits and just do 4 hits on each shadow. Sometimes you could do a full combo as well, but it's a bit more risky because you can knock the other shadow away with your finisher before killing it, and that will waste time. So I would recommend just doing air hits without a finisher if you can't combo both of them together.
Longer than most relationships. Yeah, well, this relationship is about to end.
So examine the door, skip the cutscene, open the chest, smash triangle, and then here you want to, while Sora's opening the chest, you want to hold back on your analog stick and mash the jump button, because sometimes you are able to jump backwards right after this, like during the next I wouldn't call it a cutscene, but you lose control of Sora very briefly. Yeah, so right here you can jump backwards. Unfortunately, it's really tight timing in 60 FPS, and so sometimes you'll just jump straight upwards. But that's okay. So here, you want to do a full air combo, and then grab the potion. And right here, after this, there's going to be a barrel that spawns. If you're to the right side of the door, the barrels are going to spawn on the left most of the time, and vice versa. If you're on the left side of the door, the barrel is going to be on the right. And then what you want to do is air combo the barrel. Lock on and air combo the barrel. And then during your finisher, press L2 to switch your lock onto the door, and then jump towards the door as soon as you touch the ground. Like that. And that'll put you closer to the door. It's very tricky timing, especially the air combo. It's not easy to do. Just takes a lot of practice. So here you can skip this cutscene during the white as it's fading in. And for these questions, just choose the top option for each one. And that'll put you on the morning EXP route.
What's up, drop?
Skip all the text with triangle and circle. Skip that cutscene. You can also, if you're running on PC, you can look at your load list timer, and as soon as it starts moving here, you can skip the cutscene. So, as you can see, the timer freezes right here. As soon as it starts going again, you can skip the cutscene if you're running on PC. Okay, after skipping that cutscene, you want to walk to the right and try to combo as many shadows as possible with a ground combo. And keep in mind, this is very random. This is a big reset point for me personally, because sometimes the shadows can just troll you, and they won't let you combo them. They'll like parry you, or a lot of them will go underground. And essentially, after comboing, doing your first ground combo, you just want to, I don't know, if there's enough shadows left, you can do another ground combo, or I would recommend doing some more just air hits without finishers. But yeah, very... Okay, looks like I went for another ground combo there, but that was probably not the best idea, honestly. Yeah, so here I'm doing some air combos. I did air combos there because I knew the finishers would kill since I already hit some shadows before. But looks like, yeah, so I ended up knocking one of the shadows. So that shadow got knocked far away because my other 2 hits didn't hit him. So I don't know, you just have to be very careful. It takes a lot of luck, honestly. But I wouldn't fret too much. And then after you kill the last enemy, you want to start walking towards the save point. It's like on the corner. It's like beneath this thorn right here on the right side of the dress is where the save point is going to spawn. Yeah. And it is possible to get right on it before it spawns, and that saves some extra time. So, right here, turn the camera around, and if you're new to running this category, you could use the 8 defense ups. You use the 8 power ups and the 8 defense ups. However, if you're experienced with this, you can skip using the 8 defense ups, and no matter what, do not use the 4 AP ups. We want to save the 4 AP ups for later. So here I'm only going to use the 8 power-ups. Again, you can use the 8 defense ups, but you don't have to if you have enough experience with this game. But if you're new, I would recommend using the defense ups. Skipping them only saves like, I don't know, like 3 to 5 seconds anyway. So at the start of this fight, you want to walk to the left here, like where I'm pointing with my cursor. Just stand right here so you don't get hit. And then do 4 air combos on Darkseid's hands. And then I'm going to use a potion afterwards to clear it from my inventory. So you don't want the potion to clog up your inventory because you're going to be using ethers later. And that's dive into the heart.
Yes, gang. Those are strength ups, power ups.
Alright, so Destiny Islands is pretty simple. We're just going to go around and collect a bunch of items. Go down this ramp. While you're running towards the log, just mash triangle so you can skip the pop-up as quickly as possible. And then walk up this ramp and grab the barrel. And you want to be like as far away from the corner here as you can before you grab the barrel. Because sometimes Sora can attempt to grab it and it'll just fall again. If you're too close to the wall. It's a bit finicky, but just stand a little further away to prevent that from happening. And then throw it forward, grab this ledge, and jump straight up on the second jump here. You can watch my controller input here to see what I'm doing. So you want to jump and hold this angle to grab the ledge. And here, for this second jump, you just want to jump straight upwards without touching your analog stick. And then right when you're at the ledge, you can hold forward. Yeah, right there. Just like that. Again, mash triangle as you're walking up to the cloth. And then you're going to walk back. And what I do is I turn the camera around before I jump to the tree. You can also, what other runners do is they just YOLO it without seeing the tree. They just know which angle to jump towards. I personally like seeing where I'm going, so I just take a little bit of extra time to turn the camera a bit. And then I do a swing onto the tree to extend my jump, because I knew I wasn't going to make it otherwise. And then another swing there to extend my jump. And then mash triangle while you're getting the rope. Jump down here. And then run towards the back of the ladder over here at this angle. when the water is about halfway up Sora's waist, you can jump forward to skip a bit of swimming.
So reckon in 2023 would be crazy.
And then you can time your swims to go to the back of the ladder here as quickly as possible. However, it was recently found out by Gatordrick, he's a fellow strat hunter, that you can hold the swim button to get like a bigger swim. It's kind of hard to explain. It's a very new discovery. You can like extend your swim by holding the swim button to get a longer paddle, and then you can I don't know, it saves like a fraction of a second. It's definitely tricky to learn. But you can just time the short swims too, and it's still pretty fast. Then jump up this ladder. And then as you are jumping up to the ledge, hold right and swing onto the log. And that will let you collect it just a little bit faster.
No AP ups needed. Nope.
And then jump up here and talk to Kyrie. Mash triangle and circle. And now we're in day 2.
How much time does skipping the defensive save? Like 8 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it does save 8 seconds. I said 3 to 5.
8 to 10 seconds.
I don't know, about 10 seconds. Okay, so after skipping this cutscene right here, you want to hold left and lock on to this fish. And you can lock onto each of these fish, and then just press triangle as you're collecting them to skip through the pop-ups. Then you're going to jump up here and jump forward right here and go into the cave. And this mushroom is a little bit tricky to collect, but you want to like get behind it to collect it faster, like that. And then you're gonna run out of the cave. You're gonna jump there, jump and swing onto here, jump onto this tree, get the seagull egg. Now, right here, as you go back down, you can attack this tree on the right for a chance to get a yellow coconut. A lot of runners refer to that as Tasnut. But honestly, I personally don't recommend going for this because most of the time you're not going to get it, and it's just going to lose you time. So I just recommend jumping forward there. And then talk to Riku. And then you're going to press left and confirm. So in my case, left and circle. Just to press OK as quickly as possible. I messed up a little bit there. And then this race is pretty simple. It's going to take a little bit of practice, but once you do this enough, it's going to be super easy every time. But you need to win this race to get a pretty stone, especially if you use the defense boosts. Or defense ups, sorry. So here you're gonna fall down and then jump on the ladder before Riku gets to it. And then here, to go down the zip line, just jump up to grab this thing, and don't touch your left analog stick at all, because then Sora will do a ledge flip and let go of this. So just jump up and let go of your analog stick. So as you can see, my analog stick right here is in neutral position. And then when you get down, you can press the jump button to let go, and then hold forward to land on this thing over here. And then jump across these trees and touch the star. And then jump across these trees. And just take the path that I'm taking. You can jump over this bush as well. Jump over this bush. And then here you want to go left at the very end and then forward. You will know that you did this race as quickly as possible if it doesn't fade out immediately. That's because the game makes you wait until Riku catches up a bit before the race ends. But if it doesn't fade out immediately and you have to wait, then you know you did the race as quickly as possible. And you do have a bit of leeway. Like, it's not a very tight race, honestly. It's very forgiving. You have a lot of room for error before you start losing time. So here you can walk forward, go up these stairs, and then drop down, push this boulder, get the mushroom. Then you're going to attack this specific tree. You're going to lock on and do 2 hits, and then press R1 twice. So you're going to press R1 twice, once to unlock from the tree and once to lock on to a potential coconut. If you don't lock on to a coconut and you lock onto the tree again, do 2 more hits, unlock and relock, and just repeat that until you get 2 coconuts. And that was perfect RNG. This specific tree has the highest drop rate for coconuts. However, the drop rate is still random. There's still RNG, whether you get the nuts or not. I've had it take like 12 hits before to get both coconuts, so getting 4 hits is the best RNG, and it can be as bad as like 12 to 14. But yeah, after you get the second nut, talk to Kyrie, get the bottle.
Because I didn't use Spotify very much.
Get the bottle from Kyrie, then go up here. Get this mushroom. You're going to get that mushroom.
That was nice.
You're going to jump forward and get this water.
Over a million streams.
And then jump when you're at the top of the ramp.
Without anything new. So that's very nice.
And walk back to Kyrie. And just mash triangle and circle. After this, you have to talk to her one more time. And she'll give you a high potion.
More on.
And that's the end of day 2.
I don't feel like paying for Spotify Premium.
And there's going to be a lot of cutscenes to skip here. Just skip them.
What's up, the Master Sword 16? Is each attempt in hopes of getting the record, or more just to strategize / practice?
Okay, right here you can skip this cutscene when you see the camera go up. Like that.
In hopes of getting a new record.
And then you want to walk towards this ramp, and then you're gonna jump and swing on top of the shack like I did before.
More that I need to practice right now.
Skip that cutscene. Skip this when you see the flash. Then you're gonna walk and ignore all of the enemies. You're gonna jump up here, drop down, jump up to the door.
Thank you, Skang.
Now, this next boss fight is a little complicated to do super optimally. But because you're on beginner, you're going to do a lot of damage. So if you don't get this exact strat, all you really have to do is just keep comboing Darkseid's left hand, and you will kill him pretty quickly. But the most optimal thing to do, you want to walk to his hand. I listen out for 7 footsteps from Sora. And then I jump and do a full combo here. I do another full combo. So that's 3 full combos. 4 full combos. And that should put me to the right side of his hand. I do one hit into a full combo. Okay, so let me explain that again. So one combo, two combos, three combos, four, and then one hit and a full combo, and that parries the orb and does extra damage. And then I do two more hits to finish the fight. So let's go over that one more time. One combo, two combos, three combos, four combos, one hit, full combo, and he's dead. It's very tight timing. It takes a lot of practice, but that's essentially how you do it. You can close that cuts. You can skip that cutscene when Goofy closes his eyes. It's pretty funny. And we're in Traverse Town, so smash through the text here. Walk to the left, up these stairs. Walk between the lamp and the wall right there. Press triangle, just mash triangle. And get through. The reason I only mash triangle there is so I don't accidentally attack the door while I'm trying to walk through it. Yeah, skip that cutscene. Mash triangle here, and as soon as you skip, or actually you can mash triangle and circle here. As soon as you skip this text box, walk forward and do a single hit to catch as many shadows as possible. And right there, I got 4. So if you get 3 to 4, you actually you can get 5 in a single hit. But as long as you get at least 3, you can go to back to the first district. So I got 4 right there, which is pretty lucky. But here, this shadow in particular will most of the time do a jump. So just walk towards it and do a quick air hit. And then you can also attack this shadow right here. If you got 3 in the previous room, you can attack this shadow. Because he will usually let you hit him as well. And then go to the accessory shop. Mask through the text. And then leave the accessory shop to fight Leon.
I think I got a YouTube music wrapped though.
So Leon does have a bit of RNG. He can have 2 different attacks that he starts with. One is a fireball, which is bad RNG, and one is a jump, which is good RNG. And if he fireballs you, you just jump over the fireball and do the combos, which I will show right here. I think he jumps here. So he's gonna jump. You want to do... It's a bit hard to explain. Basically, you want to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. You're not supposed to get a ground finisher. Yeah, so that fight was messy. Let me see if I can find a run that I did with a good Leon. Let's see. Let's show obsolete. Maybe my 148.11. That's loud.
Yeah, Master Train, exactly.
Let's see here.
Probably.
So here he jump. Oh, here he uses a fireball. So I guess I can show this off. So if he fireballs, you jump over. You do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and you can parry him right there. And then you're gonna do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I think I dropped my combo by accident there, but you can do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 after you parry him. One thing to note is when you're parrying him right here, there's a chance that you can hit him right before you parry him. And if that happens, you can just do 1, 2, 1, 2. and that'll kill. So, to go over that again, and this is the same whether he jumps at you or does a fireball, you're going to do the same combos. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Parry, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Or sorry, 1... Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. For some reason, I didn't do a finisher there. And honestly, it doesn't lose too much time to not do a finisher, but the finisher is a bit faster at the end. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Parry, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Pretty easy. If he jumps at you, you can hit him while he's still in the air and start the combo a little earlier. It's a little tricky to time. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then you can parry right there if you didn't do a ground finisher. And then do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I messed it up in my PB, but I think you get the gist. It's the same combos whether he fireballs or jumps, but generally, yeah, you want to avoid doing a ground finisher there.
I forget who my top artists were. Oh, I think Yoko Shimomura was on there.
And then you can't skip this cutscene until Riku opens his eyes for some reason.
Who else? My own music channel was.
And then, hold on, let's go over those cutscene skips again. So, he's going to open his eyes. You can skip this when it fades in. And then here, you can skip this cutscene in the black. As soon as you see the heart in the corner go away.
My own music channel was on there.
And then here, you want to hold down, like I am right here, and just talk to Leon as soon as possible. If you're new to running this game, you might want to grab the ether in the green room, but it's completely optional. Or sorry, not the ether, the elixir. It's going to be on the table. If you want to grab the elixir, honestly, if you're new to running this, I would recommend grabbing the elixir on the table. If you're a little more experienced, you can skip it. But if you're going to grab the elixir, talk to Yuffie first, and that will let you open the elixir chest. But if you're skipping the elixir, just talk to Leon. Alright, on the way to God Armor here, we want to kill 3 soldiers to get our next strength increase before the God Armor fight. So we're going to kill this soldier right here by doing 2 hits, and then go to the 2nd district. And then here you want to attack this soldier 2 times. So do 2 hits in the air, and then lock on switch to this soldier by pressing L2 once, and finish your combo. So 1, 2, lock on switch, 3, boom. And there you go. You just killed 2 soldiers. One thing to keep in mind, it is actually possible to start attacking this soldier too quickly and it won't deal damage while he's spawning. So you have to wait just a tad to do damage here. And then just walk towards the 3rd district here. Just hug the wall so you can cut the corner as quickly as possible. Skip this cutscene, and this fight is pretty similar. At the start here though, you want to hold upright and mash triangle to command Donald to be aggressive. As soon as you hear them respond to your triangle press, stop pressing triangle and focus on attacking the soldiers. You want to do the same thing that I just showed. So 2 hits on this one, finisher on this one, 2 hits on the next one, finisher on the next one. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, And then, yeah. Sometimes you can get all of them in 2 combos, and it's pretty cool. There is a bit of RNG to this fight. Sometimes the soldiers will be too far away from you. And basically, you just have to hope that Donald and Goofy do their job in that scenario. But that was a pretty good fight. And guard armor is very tricky. So at the start here, you want to do... Okay, actually first, this strat is for people with SSDs. Most people's computers should have an SSD. If you're running on PC, if you're running on PS5, this will also work. This fight is really weird because you can get 2 different openings depending on what your hard drive is. So if you have an HDD, guard armor will spawn closer to you. But if you have an SSD, he'll spawn further away. And further away is actually better. It's really bizarre, but what you want to do here is do a full combo on the body, jump to the right, and do a full combo to parry this spinning attack that he's about to do. Like that. And then you're going to lock on to his left leg by pressing L2. And what you want to do is do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And that will sometimes kill the leg. Basically, the reason you want to do that specific combo is to prevent you from staggering guard armor too early, because that can just mess up the fight. By delaying your finisher there, it actually lets him do this jump attack, which ends up speeding up the fight a bit. So when you see him jump... Oh, hold on. Also, after you kill this leg, you want to lock onto the next leg by pressing L2. Or actually by just pressing R1. Just lock onto this leg. When you see him jump, just jump pretty high to avoid the shockwave. And then start attacking. You can do a finisher there immediately to knock him back. And then you can clean up the arms if they're still alive. And that's pretty much a perfect fight. So again, let's go over that again. So at the beginning, full combo on the body, jump to the right, full combo again to parry that attack. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. He's gonna jump, then you jump over the shockwave, do a full combo on his leg, and clean up the rest of the parts. And then here, while he's flipping around, he is actually invincible. So that's why I'm not doing anything. You want to wait until he starts moving again, because that's when you can deal damage again. So right here, I know he's moving, and I can do more damage. And it's just another full combo to kill, if you time it correctly. And then you have a bunch more cutscenes to skip through. And then here, just mash triangle and circle. You're going to get an elixir from Leon and 500 money. You're also going to get fire from Donald and dodge roll from Goofy. And then I'm probably going to have to pause here because my menus are fast. So right after skipping Jiminy's text box, you want to hold backwards, start walking backwards. Pause the game. You're going to exchange Goofy's ether onto Sora. Now, I'd recommend memorizing these inputs if you can. If not, it's no big deal. But that will speed up your menus tremendously. Menuing is a source of time loss for a lot of people. So you can save a lot of time by just memorizing the inputs, but that requires you to do a lot of runs to put that in memory. And I will have the menu notes linked in the description, including Nintendo's notes specifically made for the JP version. It's notes that I and Nintendo worked on. So shout outs to Nintendo for the assistance. Yeah, exchange Goofy's ether. You want to go down to exchange right here and exchange it onto Sora. Don't worry about anything else from the items. You're going to, if you're running on the English version, you're going to have an, actually, sorry, if you're running on a beginner, you're going to have an EXP necklace, or is it a bracelet? Either way, you're going to have an EXP item and ribbon. You want to replace the ribbon with Brave Warrior, which you just got from Guard Armor. If you're running on English, these two accessories are going to be flipped around. So the EXP item is going to be on the bottom and the ribbon is going to be on the top. But you want to replace the ribbon with Brave Warrior for extra strength. And one thing to note here, it's pretty easy to miss. But when I am replacing the ribbon, I actually do a down input right here. I actually recommend doing an up input instead, because sometimes you'll get like a protect chain from a soldier, but the Brave Warrior will always be at the bottom of the list, since that's the most recent thing you've acquired. And I would recommend pressing up on the D-pad to go from the blank space to Brave Warrior, because that always puts you on Brave Warrior. What I do is I press down on the D-pad, but sometimes like you'll get a protect chain and you'll forget, and you'll end up replacing it with the protect chain instead. So just press up on the D-pad to scroll all the way down to the bottom item, because it'll always be Brave Warrior. Just a small thing. And then equip Dodge Roll. Dodge Roll on Sora, and here you want to... Actually, this is optional. This is just personal preference right here. On the PC version, fire will always go on triangle, but I prefer it to be on circle. Honestly, it doesn't matter what it's on. You can leave it on triangle to save a little bit of time, but I like to take some extra time to put it on circle for personal preference. Okay, so here's a big route change from JP to English. If you're on JP, you want to just go straight into the accessory shop and leave through the save point. If you're on English, you can go to the second district and then to the alley, activate the Red Trinity tutorial, and then after you skip all the text, just hold forward and you'll walk through the gates, talk to Leon, and then leave the cavern, go to the second district door, go to the third district, use a fire on the door, and go to Merlin's house. And then after talking to Merlin, you can leave through the save point there. The reason this only works outside of JP is because Sora, Donald, and Goofy are positioned differently during the Trinity tutorial, letting you clip through the fence, through the gate, but you actually can't do that on JP. That being said, JP is still faster than English, even with that exclusive skip. Or even without it. If you're on JP, just walk through the accessory shop and leave through the save point. English is hard. After skipping this text box, press square to enter the Gummi garage. Mash circle, or mash the confirm button. It might be X for you, it's circle for me. Then you want to press R1 to switch to the Gummi selection tool. Press square and back to clear all of the pieces and press OK. Press yes. Put down the cockpit. Press R1 again. Hold. Okay, so here I put on a gun for some extra safety. It's actually optional to put on a gun in beginner. You can get away without using a gun. If you're new to this, I would recommend putting it on. However, you don't have to put on the gun. You can save a little bit of time by only putting on an engine. So this gun is completely optional. I just like putting it on because I like to use some lazy strats later on. But it does actually lose time to put this on. It loses like a second or two. So it's not like a big deal, but you only need the engine. You can put on the gun if you want. And then press the start button after you put down all your pieces. And save your ship, back out, and press the bottom option here to exit. Then select this marker. Okay, this is very oddly specific. So you want to skip the first couple text boxes. And then stop mashing triangle and circle. Until you see Donald's mouth open. And the reason we do this is because if you wait until Donald's mouth is open right here, the rest of the text will be skipped through much more quickly, much faster. It's a weird KH1 thing. Yeah, so that last set of Donald text is just really fast. It's very bizarre. I guess I should mention, I've been saying triangle and circle to mash through text. If you're running with X to attack, mash triangle and X instead. Because the triangle button mashes through text and the confirm button mashes through text. And in this Gummi mission to Wonderland, you can just stay in the top right corner the entire time. You don't even need a gun. Just stay in the top right corner and you will survive all the way until the end. And I'm just going to fast forward this. Like, you'll take a little bit of damage from this thing right here, but you still won't die. And then at the end, there's going to be this obstacle right here. But as you'll see, I just pass straight through it.
You take care, man.
You just go straight through it if you're on the top right. And then mash the confirm button. Skip the cutscene, and then dodge roll to the door, skip the cutscene, walk forward. This cutscene is skippable if you are on PS4 and Xbox. However, if you're on PC, you can't skip this cutscene. You just have to wait for the rabbit to do his thing.
Rabbit booty.
A rabbit booty.
A race with Mishmaster 1.
Okay, then here you want to dodge roll and activate the talking doorknob cutscene. And then skip it. And then here, hold left and push the bed in. And then drink the potion. And you want to hold right to turn the camera to the right. And down right on the left analog stick to get off the table quickly. And just dodge roll to the Queen's Castle. Skip this cutscene.
It's up on my
Mash through this text.
Just type exclamation point YouTube.
Skip this cutscene. Mash through this text. And then there's going to be some enemies that spawn here. And you want to use one fire on each of them. After your fire comes out, you can press L2. So like after the fire starts and before it hits the enemy, you want to press L2 to lock on switch. And just keep spamming fire. It's there's 5 enemies here, so you want to use 5 fires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll usually hit every enemy if you do it this way. Sometimes a shadow will troll you and go underground, and you can just hit it. Or Donald and Goofy will take care of it. There's a little bit of RNG there, but it's usually consistent enough. And then this is important. So to avoid spawning more enemies, you want to walk as close to this corner as possible, and then turn to the right around this corner to get the evidence box. So hug this corner right here to keep the menu blue. And then grab this evidence. You only need one piece of evidence. And then walk back to the Queen's Castle. If you are on the English version, right here, open up the pause menu and go into Jiminy's Journal, and then press the pause button again to exit Jiminy's Journal, and then talk to the card soldier. And what that'll do is it'll glitch out the text after you choose the box, and it'll make the text way faster, and that saves a little bit of time. If you're on JP, you don't have to worry about that because it doesn't work on JP.
Nice TMNT fan.
So right here, the Queen will shuffle in your evidence with hers. You want to try to pick the box that you see touch the ground first, because that box always has the soldier in it. So let's see if I get it right. So right here, it looks like it's going to be the middle left. Actually, I actually don't know. Hold on. It's like, it's really hard to tell in 60 FPS because they do fall faster. You have like, wow. Wow, it's literally, I actually didn't know this. We're going frame by frame. You literally have a 1 frame window to tell which one touched the ground first. So I was right in my guess that it's the middle left. But you have 1 frame to tell. Yeah, it's hard. So don't blame yourself if you get this wrong. But basically you want to... It's better to pick the soldier, because then you get Donald and Goofy in your party. If you don't pick the soldier, it's no big deal. It's not the end of the world. And then skip through this text. Skip this cutscene, and then hold back. And this is very important. So, Crank Tower is weird. So you want to do slow air combos here on purpose, because every time you hit the cranks, they gain a little bit of invincibility. So if you attack them too quickly, you're not going to be doing damage as much. So you want to do slow air combos. And then your third air combo should be a bit more delayed to combo the card soldier away from you. And then once that crank breaks, also while you're comboing this crank, you're also comboing the one in the back at the same time. As long as you do combos slow enough and close enough to the tower, you'll be comboing both at the same time. So as you can see, there are sparks here and sparks here. That means I'm hitting multiple things at once. Yeah, so right here, this is a bit awkward. After you destroy the cranks, sometimes the game won't let you auto-lock to the tower. And to get the lock on, you have to hit the tower once. So you want to position yourself on the opposite side of one of the card soldiers and then hit the tower while locked onto the card soldier. So right there, I hit the tower just by chance. And then because I knew I hit the tower, I just was able to lock on switch to the tower. And once all the cranks are gone, you can attack as quickly as possible, because then there's no invincibility shenanigans. It's a weird fight. I also recommend walking around and collect money. Collect as much money as you can.
Sub legendary RPG. Thank you for the good luck. A dab.
So, dodge roll towards the Lotus Forest. Skip this cutscene. Mash through the text, and then you want to go to the Lotus Forest. And then during this, the camera will be locked for a sec, but you can still move. Just walk down and to the right and go towards the door. Here you can either jump and ledge grab to get up here, but it is faster to swing over it. It is a little bit precise though. And you want to avoid any of this red area. Basically, this floor is lava and will spawn enemies, so just avoid this area at all costs. Jump and swing onto this table and light the lamp. And here is the tricky part. To be safe, you can just jump onto the next table and light the lamp. But if you want to be a little faster, you have to press dodge roll and forward on the analog stick at the exact same time. Like so. And you can dodge roll across. But it is very precise. And very risky if you fail, because you'll just fall straight to the bottom. And then here you want to run to the right of this table. When you reach about this point, you can do a big jump forward. And do a big jump forward and swing onto this ledge to avoid spawning enemies. Dodge roll forward one time, and then jump towards the latch and mash triangle as quickly as possible. And then you can open it right before the enemy spawn in. And then here, hold left and dodge roll. You can right here, to grab this table more consistently, dodge roll forward 2 times while pressing R3 to center the camera. Jump forward, and then right after you press jump, keep holding jump and move your analog stick forward. And it's important to move your analog stick forward after you already pressed the button. Talk to the Cheshire Cat. And I guess I should mention, when you're doing the 2 dodge rolls right here, don't touch your left analog stick. Just press R3 and press square twice. So as you can see on my input, in my input viewer right here, I'm not touching the left analog stick. Just press square twice and press R3. And then jump and then hold forward. Talk to the Cheshire Cat and this will start the Trickmaster fight. Now this fight is very tricky. The timing is pretty tricky, but just hold forward here, do a big jump and do a full combo. This will make him get stunned, and you just want to repeat the same combos here. It's very tricky, but do a short hop ground combo. And do a full combo without jumping. Okay. So let's go over that again. Full combo to stun him. Short hop ground combo as he's coming down. And then full combo after this without pressing the jump button. And if your timing is perfect, your finisher will hit him every time. But it's very precise timing. And then you want to do 2 hits at the apex of your jump. 2 more hits, and this will stun him. And then you're going to do another short hop ground combo and another combo without jumping. and then 2 hits, and then 2 hits, and then repeat it again. Short hop ground combo, or short hop air combo, sorry. And a combo without jumping. That time my finisher missed because I was too slow. But at this point, he should die pretty quickly. Another thing to note here is to minimize your time loss some more. You can mash triangle in between your combos, as you can see in my... Ooh, how did that happen? Hold on, sorry. Between each combo, I am also mashing triangle to get Donald and Goofy to aggro on Trickmaster to put in a little bit more damage. It's just a small optimization. And if Donald and Goofy hit him enough, they'll do enough damage to give you more room for error on your combos, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I'm getting Goofy to jump up there and hit him. Nice stab. Yeah, very tricky fight. The trickiest part is hitting him at the apex of your jump when he's fully standing. But after a bit of practice, it's not too bad, honestly. You can use the chair to get up to him as well, but it's a lot slower. And then you're going to leave through the save point and go to Deep Jungle. If you have a gun here, you can just go to the top middle and hold the gun button, and you'll make it to the end without dying. Without taking any damage, actually. If you don't have a gun, you'll have to bob and weave, but it's honestly very, very easy. Shouldn't be too challenging. I'm just going to skip through this. There's not much going on anyway.
Yeah, what's up, Juliana? Thanks for the good luck.
So just skip through this text.
How are you doing? Is this some kind of RNG manipulation? Nope.
There's no RNG manip in this game, sadly. So skip through this cutscene and then walk to the... Oh, hold on. I wanted to pause there. After you skip this cutscene, hold upright. So hold upright. And then lock on. Do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And that will kill every time. There is a bit of RNG there. Because Sabor can decide to do different things. You just have to react accordingly. But 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That will always kill.
20 flat. Damn.
It's a pretty easy fight.
Tired, but you're doing well.
Skip this cutscene. Skip this. Press the back button and confirm. So in my case, it's X and then circle. And just, you can start moving here as it's fading in the black. So as you can see, I'm holding this already, and I am able to jump while the HUD is up. And just jump down here. And you want to dodge roll and touch the save point, and then drop down here. The reason we touch the save point is because we're going to warp to it later. And then pause and press up on the D-pad and confirm to get to the bottom option. You can actually quit out of this minigame. And then we're going to collect the slides. It's important here to be in a state of movement when you're collecting each slide. because when you're collecting the slides, the game does take control away from you so that you skip through the pop-ups. So you want to dodge roll when you're collecting this slide and then press triangle during the collection, like so. And then you can start moving faster. Again, dodge roll to collect the slides so you're already moving this way. And this one, you can just dodge roll to it and then fall down here. And then you want to jump and attack to clink off of this box so that you start moving the opposite direction faster. And then here you want to do the same thing. Jump onto this box and then swing, and then it'll bounce you off and you'll go closer to the tent. Like so. It takes a bit of practice, but it's really fun to pull off.
Yeah, what's up? Is it Erdi?
Skip through this text.
I can't tell if that's an L or an I.
Back out of that menu by just pressing back and confirm. Here, if you're playing on English, you can actually move during this black fade-in. You can move to Jane. If you're on JP, you have to wait a bit longer. It's weird. And just talk to her. Examine the projector. And mash triangle and confirm to skip through all of this.
Yeah, the final, like, 5 minutes.
Skip the cutscene, and then dodge roll to the right onto the save point. You know you did it quickly when it goes straight to black. When it just cuts to black all of a sudden, that means you did it really quickly. And then just go back into the world. And you want to go to the tunnel area. Dodge roll back, jump onto these platforms, go to this area, go to the next area, drop down here, and go down the hole. That'll let you go to the cutscene a lot faster. Skip this scene.
It's an I.
Mash through the text. And then you can jump up here. As you're climbing up, when you reach... It's a bit hard to explain. When you reach this point, when you're like in the middle of these vines or this ivy, you can jump up to reach the load zone faster. It's just a small time save. Yeah, so I guess a better way to put it is when this thing right here is sticking out and it's like in the middle of Sora's body, like at his hip, that's when you can jump. So right there. And then jump up here, go forward, skip this cutscene, and you can just hold back. It's important here, after you jump, to hold forward as you're going down, so that the camera is also facing forward in the next area. And then just jump down here. Quit out of the minigame again. Dodge roll to the tent.
I'm doing great. How are you?
Then skip that cutscene, and then you want to use blizzards here. For this first blizzard,
I'm doing great. How are
you want to jump back a bit. And just lock on. You might have to lock on switch. You just want to get as many power wilds as possible in your blizzard casts. That fight is usually pretty fast because they're all grouped together. Here, we want to save warp again. Go back to the tunnel. Hop up the same platforms. And then here you want to dodge roll to this group. Lock on to... Actually, I don't even think I lock on here. Yeah, you want to get all 3 of these power wilds with 2 blizzards. And it can be a little tricky. Sometimes you'll miss the one on the far left. You have to be just close enough, but not too close. Yeah, so right there I got all 3 of them. And then you want to use 1 blizzard here. I think in PB I used too many blizzards. Yeah, because my first blizzard didn't hit anything. There is a lot of RNG here, unfortunately.
I don't know why I used another blizzard though. That was...
Yeah, so you want to use 2 blizzards on each group, essentially. So 2 blizzards here, and 2 blizzards here. If you don't kill with the second blizzard there, don't use a third one. That was a mistake that I made, because you want to save enough MP for the next fight. You want to use 2 blizzards on the first group and then 2 on the second group. So 2 here, and then 2 here. Sometimes you'll miss, and that's okay. Just clean it up with physical hits, and hopefully Donald the Goofy will help you.
I don't know why I used another blizzard though.
Actually, let me see if my 148.11 has better power wilds. Let me see.
But I will get those 2.
Oops. So 2 blizzards here. Yeah, that's usually about how it should go. And then you want to climb up here, dodge roll from that to this ledge, and then jump down here. And again, you want to keep in mind the positioning of all of the power wilds, because it is going to be random. And you just want to get as many power wilds into your blizzards as possible. So you might have to adjust which one you're targeting and like what your angle is, but it's just something to keep in mind. You just want to use 2 blizzards and finish everything off with, I mean, if you get your magic back, you can use another blizzard. But just finish everything off with ground hits. Or not ground hits, air hits.
Wait, what argument?
And then here we're going to use an ether. I'm going to switch back to my PB. Here you're going to use an ether. And then jump up this crate and grab this ledge. Dodge forward here and swing over this to get over it. Here you're going to hold right, like back right. And then target this power wild, and you're going to try to get all of them with your blizzards. Use 3 blizzards here, and don't use any more than 3. After your 3rd blizzard, clean everything up with some air hits.
JP is faster by about 46 seconds.
Okay, and this fight is interesting. What you're going to do is do a couple hits on this power wild to kill it. Do 2 hits and then a 3rd hit without a finisher. Let me go back. So 2 hits, land, and do another air hit. And then you're going to back up to the load zone. And if you do this correctly, these power wilds will clump up in front of you, and you can use your remaining blizzards to kill all of them. It's a really cool strat that I came up with. And it's really fast. So after this, you can go back to the tent. And you want to touch the save point here. and roll to the left. Go outside. And we have Sabor. Now Sabor does have a bit of RNG as well, but essentially you want to hold back right and dodge roll away and use a bunch of fires. And then eventually she's going to jump, and you want to parry if you see her roar right here, and that means she's about to like go. I don't. Is it like? I don't know if I would call it a lunge attack. It's like she's trying to bite you, so just parry her right here, and then you can do a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2-3 combo. Sorry, 1-2, 1-2-3. Too many 1-2s. Well, let's go over that again. So use as much fires as you can. When she jumps, she usually follows up with the bite attack and then parry and do 1-2, 1-2-3. Sometimes she will start attacking you at the beginning earlier than usual. Like she'll jump early, and you'll have to parry her again. After your air combo finisher, you can hit her some more, but it's very, very tight. First off, the finisher here, if you don't get the finisher quickly enough, she can jump into the bamboo. Let's see if it's any different in this PB. I want to showcase like the other. Yeah, so sometimes she'll be like super passive right here and won't jump right away.
What I think, but that's not my reasoning.
And then sometimes she'll do a second bite attack, and then she'll roar because she's getting mad, and you can just wail on her. There's like a bit of variation to this fight, but honestly, I just recommend practicing this because a lot, like, there can be some variation, but the gist of it is use your fires and then parry her whenever she tries to bite you, and then you can wail on her for a bit. And to prevent her from getting into the bamboo, you want to do a finisher on her before she jumps into it, and she'll get stunned for a little bit. Like she'll flop over on the ground. It's a bit of a tricky fight, but on beginner it's not too bad, honestly. Like, it's a lot worse on Proud and level 1. And even on standard, it's so much worse. So go over here, swing onto that, and dodge roll forward. The reason we're not save warping now is because there are vines blocking the way in the tunnel. So right here, you want to jump when you're right here, when this, it's kind of hard to explain, when this texture is like in the middle of Sora's bodies when you want to jump. It's very specific, but if you don't get it right away, it's not a big deal. It's like this texture right here. When you get up to here is when you want to jump. And you'll see the text pop up too. I guess like you can jump when you see the text pop up as well, I suppose. So like right here, I see the text pop up and you can jump. And then you want to examine this plant. Mash through this text. As soon as the timer pops up, you can pause and quit. And you'll get transported to this ivy. And then you can jump up like last time. Skip this, and you want to press triangle to mash the first text box, because there's only one text box. And then press R1 and L2 to lock on switch. Sometimes you'll immediately lock on switch to the fruit here, which is what you want. But sometimes you'll get bad RNG and you have to lock on switch multiple times to lock onto this. So just keep lock on switching until you're locked onto this. And then you just want to air combo this and hit it 15 times. Just do full combos. You want to attack from little from the left side. Just keep jumping to the left every time you land. It's pretty simple. It always takes 15 hits to kill that thing, so...
You're gonna force 2 of your friends to buy this game? Hope they have fun.
You want to jump up this thing, go forward and jump to the left here. After you skip this cutscene, you want to hold back left and dodge roll towards Clayton. And I believe I just do 1-2s. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, so if you see Donald hit Clayton with fire there, you can go straight to a finisher on the second combo. However, if Donald doesn't do a fire, you just want to do 1-2s. So this fire was lucky. If Donald uses the fire, you can do a finisher on your second combo. If he doesn't, just do 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 until he dies. You can skip this cutscene as soon as you see the loadless timer start moving again. If you're on console, you'll just have to wait a little bit and just with enough runs, your muscle memory will know when to skip it. Okay, this fight is pretty tricky. So at the start here, you want to dodge roll backwards, jump onto this platform, and then right when Stealth Sneak jumps up at you, because you want him to jump on this platform, you want to do some air combos. After the second combo, Stealth Sneak will fall off, and if you did this correctly, he will instantly become visible. So this is called animation skip, because you're skipping the animation of Stealth Sneak becoming visible. So if you did this correctly, and you have to be on this rock for this to work, he will become visible immediately. And then you want to do one combo here, and he'll stagger, and then go to this wall on the right here, into this corner. And you want to put Stealth Sneak in this corner, essentially. And do 2 combos here to knock Clayton off. Switch to Clayton and just spam 1-2s. And you can command Donald and Goofy to deal more damage if you want.
Well, if you want your friends to buy this game, it is 6.
So pretty easy.
If you want your friends to buy this game, it is 60%.
The hard part is the animation skip, because it requires you to move pretty fast to the rock and to do your air combos pretty quickly. And then we have the Waterfall Cavern. This movement is pretty tricky, but just take the path that I'm taking here. You can swing onto here to gain a little more distance, and then you want to stand here, and then you can grab this ledge right here. This takes a bit of practice. Sometimes you'll have to do multiple ledge grabs here to get over. That happens sometimes. I don't know what causes it, honestly. It's a hard jump. It requires pretty perfect positioning, I guess. But don't sweat it too much.
Oh, they bought it already? Oh, you said you forced them.
So skip this cutscene. We're going to get Red Trinity from Tarzan and the Jungle King Keyblade, which we're going to put on later. And just skip through this text. And we're going to fly back to Traverse Town by going to Wonderland and then to Traverse Town. And the movement is pretty similar. Again, if you have a... Actually, if you have a gun here, I'd recommend not shooting it. Because if your score is too high, you'll end up getting a decoration for your Gummi ship, and it'll clog up the menu. So you'll have to do like extra inputs to put on the right stuff. So just avoid killing stuff, honestly. So fly to...
I should not be killing too many things right now.
Yeah, I even say in my PB. So don't kill too many things and just fly to Wonderland. Here, just press up and confirm to go back to the Gummi map, the world map. And then go to Traverse Town. Here you can hold up and to the left. Go in the top left corner and you won't die on the way to Traverse Town. And then if you're on JP, go ahead and dock into the accessory shop. If you're on English, dock in the first district. And if you're on English, you want to dock in the first district, go into the accessory shop and talk to Sid. And then warp to Merlin's house and talk to Merlin. If you're on JP, you haven't talked to Merlin yet, so dock in the accessory shop and go to the second district and to the alley. You can swing up here to get over the ledge. Jump over this ledge and go through the door. And this is a little tricky. On English, you don't have to deal with this, but on JP, you want to roll here and use 2 blizzards on these yellow operas that spawn as quickly as possible and start moving right after the second blizzard.
So you're telling me
Now go to the right here and touch the wall on the right. And then go all the way to this wall. While I'm rolling, by the way, I am pressing triangle the whole time to command my party to go to me. And then hopefully everyone despawns and you can go to the left and trigger the Trinity.
93% off.
Yeah.
Wait a sec.
So activate the Trinity and then go to Leon.
Is it actually?
And then you're going to talk to him twice.
What the hell? Wait.
Talk to him a second time.
Oh, it's not. It's 33% off of the 60% off.
And he'll give you Earth Shine.
So it's not 93. Still, that's a...
And then jump into the water to avoid some swimming. Dodge roll a couple times and then jump and then go to the second district. And then just dodge roll to the third district while hugging the wall. And you want to jump over this ledge. You can jump over that ledge and then cast fire on this door while you're still in the air. However, if you get unlucky, you'll get hit by an air soldier. And then you'll just want to walk up to the door and do an aerial fire so you can start moving faster. Let's see if my PB gets the swag fire, or not my PB, my 148.11 gets the swag fire. Or if I get unlucky again. Yeah, so that's what it's supposed to look like. If you don't get unlucky with the air soldier.
You're welcome, Colin. I don't
So
know.
these rocks move in random directions. You just want to jump across each one and just react accordingly. If the last two rocks are close enough to each other, you can dodge roll across them. Unfortunately here they were too far apart, so I decided to jump instead. But you can dodge roll in between the rocks. Let's see if this PB, it's good rock RNG. Nope. I'm just unlucky in both runs, I guess. And then enter the Magician's Study. Skip the cutscene, and you're gonna have to mash through a lot of text here. I have a mod here to add a trap beat to the song. If you're on PC, you're allowed to do music mods. I'm just gonna fast forward through this. And then you're gonna have to talk to the fairy godmother. Then after this text box here, you want to hold forward and dodge roll onto the save point. Actually, not directly forward, but like a little up and to the right. Because if you hold forward, you will land on the blue trinity and trigger that by accident, which you want to avoid. And then leave to the accessory shop. And at this point, English and JP should be at the same spot. So on English, you would dock in the first district at the beginning of this visit, and then go here, and then talk to Sid. Mash through the text.
Yeah, I got a new world record a few days ago.
Okay, here you want to sell. Hold on. My menus are so fast. You want to sell all of the high potions. You can press left on the D-pad to sell all of them. And then sell all of the defense ups if you didn't use them, and all of the AP ups. And sell everything, basically sell everything except the elixir and the white fang. And you only need 1250 money, so I would recommend selling these accessories too, even if you have enough money, just so they don't get in your way in future menus. And then if you ended up using your defense ups, you'll need to sell the pretty stone as well. But make sure you do not sell the elixirs or the white fang, because you need those. And then leave through the save point again.
So close to being completely done with this game.
Leave through the save point and go to the Magician's Study again and talk to Merlin.
But also, I'm so far because I have to save 12 more seconds somehow. That's still a lot of time to save. All things considered.
After this, you can walk forward and go out of there. Now here you can dodge roll onto the first rock. It's usually consistent. If these two rocks are close enough to each other, you can also dodge roll to the next rock right here. But that I didn't want to risk it, so I just jumped forward. And then just jump across the rest, and you can dodge roll from this last rock to this land right here as well. Like so. And then right before you go to the third district, open up the menu. Put on Jungle King over Kingdom Key. Put on White Fang over the EXP item. And give Goofy the EXP item.
I'd actually be surprised if the next PB is a 147.
And then go to the third district. Skip the cutscene, hold left, and unlock the door to the first district. You want to do this now, because enemies don't spawn in this one instance. And then go to the vacant house. It's called the small house now, because it's not vacant anymore. Talk to Sid.
If only it worked that way.
Skip that cutscene.
I mean, 0.4 seconds might be enough to put me at a 148.10. I don't remember what my milliseconds were.
After skipping that Sid text box, hold back on the left analog stick and dodge roll. And you'll go to the door.
Go check that, I guess.
And then jump over that ledge and go to the first district. Do keep in mind, if you dodge roll at the door, like if you're too close enough and you dodge roll, you're going to end up losing time. So right here, if I would have dodge rolled to the door, I would have lost time because while you're dodge rolling, you can't go through load zones. So here I just run a little bit.
Alright, Andrew.
And that applies to every load zone. You don't want to dodge roll too close to the load zone because then you'll lose time.
Enjoy your download.
Dodge roll up these stairs, jump up here, and then swing and talk to Sid. And then talk to Sid again. And you want to buy the second item right here. It's a Fire G. Press R1 2 times and buy Haste G. And then leave that menu. Go to the accessory shop and leave through the save point. And warp to Wonderland. The way I do this quickly is I hold down on the right analog stick right here, and I hold right on the left analog stick. And this automatically puts the cursor to warp and to Wonderland. The reason we warp to Wonderland is to put ourselves closer to the warp hole. Because even though on the map, on the world map, it looks like the warp hole is closer to Traverse Town than Wonderland, but it's actually closer to Wonderland. The map is inaccurate. And then here, press square to go into the Gummi garage. And just mash confirm there. And here you want to, at the start here, before it fades in, you can hold left on the D-pad.
Yo, what's up, Rory?
So as you can see right here, I'm already holding left. You can buffer this input by just holding left and go to the next piece faster.
How you doing, man?
While it's fading in. So, and then after this, you want to press up on the D-pad to get to the Fire G. And put it on the left side here. Then press R1. And then press hold right on the D-pad until it scrolls left 2 times. Or sorry, 3 times. And then place Haste G to the left of the Fire G. And then save your ship and exit. Go to the warp hole and then hold square after you skip the text. And just dodge everything until you get to Agrabah. If you have a gun, you can just hold square and circle the entire time. And you'll make it to Agrabah without dying.
For the good luck, unknown saints.
And you want to go into the warp hole here. And make sure just you hold square the entire time until you get to Agrabah, just so you can boost as much as possible. There will be Gummi missions where you don't want to boost as much as possible, but I will get to that later. So I'm just going to skip to Agrabah here. Just mash the confirm button to enter, skip this cutscene. And we're going to go to the main street, go forward and left.
How much time in total
Skip this cutscene.
does Gummi ship levels take?
Skip through the text.
15 to 20 minutes.
After the last text box, skip the cutscene immediately. Go this way and jump up the pole here to Aladdin's house. Free the carpet. Mash through the text, and then press square to dodge roll onto the save point. And then pick up this chest. It is a Mega Elixir. And then dodge forward here and go into the desert. Give me one sec. Yeah. Okay, skip that cutscene, dodge forward, and talk to the carpet. Skip that cutscene, skip this cutscene, and here you're going to try to use Blizzard to hit as many bandits here as possible. It's similar to the Power Wilds fights. You just have to pay attention to which enemies are grouped together, and you just want to hit multiple enemies at the same time with Blizzard. Now, you can summon Simba here instead, but that loses like more than 15 seconds. And even if you have a slow fight here with Blizzard, it's still faster than using Simba. So just trust me, Simba's much slower. It's not worth it. So I see 3 enemies spawning here, and it's random how many enemies spawn. Like the amount of enemies that spawn is consistent, but how many of them spawn at the beginning is random. So it's a little annoying. You just have to deal with the RNG. If you see an enemy by himself, you can just combo him, but if you see multiple, use Blizzard. And make sure you're jumping. Yeah, as you can see, I'm lock-on switching. I'm trying to get multiple enemies in the same Blizzard, but unfortunately they're trolling me a bit.
I don't like this spread. Okay, wait.
It was actually still pretty decent. But yeah, if there's a single enemy, you can combo him. It's faster, especially if you have Jungle King equipped. If you see multiple enemies, just do jumping blizzards. And the reason we do jumping blizzards is landing will cancel the end lag of your magic, and you can use your magic faster afterwards. If you do a ground blizzard or ground magic, you'll have to wait until the whole animation is done before you can move again. Skip that cutscene. Skip this cutscene. Press back and confirm to exit the party menu. Skip that cutscene, and then we want to dodge roll to the storage and leave through the save point.
Maybe radical? I didn't see it, so.
And then save warp to Aladdin's house. It's the second option. Mash through this text and go into this hole. Dodge to the right here, and then dodge forward at the edge of this platform. Dodge forward and swing. Enter the bazaar, and there are 2 different spawns that can happen here. If your command menu is red right when you enter the room, back out and leave, because you got black fungus, so you want to leave and come back. But if your command menu is blue at the start, there's going to be some enemies that spawn here. So walk forward to where I'm walking, and stop right here. There's going to be a bandit that spawns in the corner. You want to combo this bandit into this left corner. Get this green Requiem. That was really fast. The most important thing is comboing this bandit to the left corner, because everything else should work out just fine. Now, sometimes this bandit will be like to the far right side. If he's very far away from you, Kill the green Requiem first, and then use some fires from a distance to kill him. But this was incredible RNG, so I got very lucky. I'm sure it goes differently in this PB, so let's see this variation. That was a very lucky fight. So let's see what happens here. So again, I'm comboing him into the left corner. I destroyed that green Requiem. And then I'm using some fires.
Come on, Goofy. Oh my god, dude.
I should have just used another fire there, but I thought Goofy would kill him. But yeah, that's sometimes the other bandit will be close to you, and sometimes it'll be far away. If it's far away and near this right wall, you just use fires on him. But sometimes he'll go straight to you, and you can just combo him. Jump across these. You want to be quick. You can swing onto there and swing onto here.
See you later, kid.
Unlock the keyhole, dodge roll down.
You have a nice day.
Okay. On PC, because we use loadless timing, it's faster to go up to Aladdin's house through here and then drop down the hole again. If you're on console, go around to the right side and just climb up, okay? And don't go into Aladdin's house. But if you're on PC, go through Aladdin's house and drop into this hole. If you're on console, just go around and jump up here without going through Aladdin's house. Then dodge here, or jump here, sorry. Dodge forward a couple times, and then dodge to the left and skip the cutscene. And Pot Centipede on beginners, pretty easy. You just want to lock on and do some air combos as quickly as you can. If you deal enough damage quickly enough, Pot Centipede will start walking towards the middle. And you just want to roll forward until you can reach his head. And then just keep comboing him while he's walking. This is very tricky. It might take practice. Your combos do have to be pretty tight. And then eventually he'll die. After he dies, walk to this last zone right here. Or, sorry, dodge roll to the last zone. Because after this, all of the rooms are going to be disconnected again. And whichever zone you're in, after it fades out, is the one it'll respawn you at. So you want to be near the desert at the end of this fight. If you're past that shadow, if you're past this shadowy area and you go back into the light, you know you've made it far enough. So skip through this. As soon as that text box goes away, you can skip the cutscene immediately. Here you can dodge roll. There's an air soldier here that can hit you sometimes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so sometimes you can dodge roll here 4 times. However, sometimes there will be an air soldier that tries to swipe you, and you just basically have to wait a little bit until you see whether he's attacking or not. I know it doesn't really look like I'm waiting here, but I'm always keeping that in mind. Just make sure if he does come up to you, to dodge roll through his attack so he doesn't hit you. Skip that cutscene, roll forward a couple times. Skip that cutscene as soon as the HUD disappears. And this is very important, okay? You want to mash through this text and get up on the left side, or I guess this is his right side, but your left. Go to the left and jump up onto his head as quickly as possible. I do 6 dodge rolls before I start jumping up. And then here, wait until he starts moving his head before you start attacking. And you want to do 9 hits from behind his eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. after your 9th hit, dodge roll forward, do a full combo. If you're lucky, you'll parry this laser, and you only have to do 1 more hit. If you don't parry, you'll have to do 2 more hits here. And then just do full combos without jumping right here.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get unlucky and some stray fireball will catch you, or the bandit will snipe you, or there will be an air soldier.
No,
but just do combos on the other eye without jumping.
voice lines don't bother me.
Jump into the Cave of Wonders. And there's a bit of tricky movement here. Dodge roll to the right without moving the camera. As soon as you drop down here, hold left on the left analog stick to be facing left. This is to manipulate the camera in the next room. And then hold up and left, like up, left, diagonal, and swing onto this platform as you're coming down. And then you can land on it and jump forward to skip some swimming. Swim up this waterfall. Dodge roll a couple times and then jump forward to skip some more swimming. And then here you want to... Okay. I forgot I used to do this. You can YOLO, like no-scope the pillar behind you. But I recommend locking on. So as Sora is jumping up the stairs, you'll see him like jump up. So as he's jumping up, you want to immediately hold back on your analog stick, on your left analog stick, and lock on to the pillar, press R1, and then use fire from your shortcuts. Locking on is way more consistent than what I do here. And you want to avoid landing on the steps. I get very lucky here. You're not supposed to land on the steps. So skip that cutscene, swim forward. I actually jump through this load zone because it saves a little bit of time. Dodge roll to the right here, and go past the fat bandit on the right. And then you can jump on this thing and dodge roll off of it. And just go here to the Jafar fight. Now this fight is incredibly tricky and will take you a lot of practice, but I will go over the gist of it. But we can get a 1 cycle here if our combos are precise enough. So you want to dodge roll once, grab this ledge. As Sora is flipping up, mash attack. Do 1 attack, Sora will land. Then you want to jump and do another attack into a blizzard. After this, you can combo him a couple times. And then I do a 1-2-1. And so I do 1-2, and then a 1. The 1 right there is timed so that Jafar stops moving. Let me rewind a bit. So it's very tricky. So hit, blizzard. Okay? It's important that your blizzard is the 3rd hit. So hit, blizzard. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. That attack right there after the 1-2 is timed right when he's about to move, so that he stops moving. He'll stagger again, and then you can just do 1-2s for the rest of the fight. When you see that purple thing come down, jump out of the way. There will be a big shockwave, just jump over it. And as you're jumping over it, you can use a blizzard for some extra damage. And just do some more 1-2s. And that is the one cycle. It's very tricky. It takes a lot of practice. You really need your air combo timing to be as good as it possibly can. It's very, very tricky. But it's a fun strat to pull off. Then you want to dodge roll to the right of this platform so that you can swing onto it and skip having to grab the ledge. Skip that cutscene and dodge forward. And this fight is also pretty tricky, but essentially we can manipulate Yago's AI by just using a bunch of blizzards. So lock on to Genie Jafar right away and use a bunch of blizzards. After your third blizzard, start backing up. Back up so you don't get swiped by the hand. And just use, yeah, you want to use a bunch of blizzards until Yago reaches you. Let me count how many blizzards I do, because I do believe it's a specific amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so 10 blizzards is how much I use. So use 10 blizzards. And then start attacking Yago with 1-2s. Now, in this scenario, when he's about to throw the boulder, you can lock on switch to Genie Jafar the perfect time and parry the boulder either with a normal attack or a finisher. But you don't have to lock on switch. You can to parry the boulder more consistently. But if you time your hit perfectly enough, it'll hit Yago and parry the boulder. As Yago is flying away here, I actually lock on switch to Genie Jafar to get behind Yago after my finisher so that I can hit him from behind as he is flying away. It just sets up my positioning more consistently so that I can hit him more consistently. It's harder to hit him with 1-2s if you're in front of him while he's moving. So it's just easier to be behind him. It's like similar to Bot Centipede when you attack him as he's moving, I guess. Again, this fight does take quite a bit of practice. And apparently that was a slow fight. Because it could have been 2 seconds faster. But that was still decent. Safe to say, Agrabah is a pretty hard world in the speedrun. Optimize. Now right here, you have to hit all these boulders because you want to die before you reach the end. So hit these boulders, the exact ones that I'm hitting. You don't have to do attacks. I'm just doing this to be flashy, but you don't need to attack. After this boulder, so there's a new strat found by Nintendo. After this boulder, you can hug the wall on the right. Just hold right until... I will say when. Just keep holding right. Until right here, and then everything is normal. You want to dodge these health orbs. Get hit by this thing. Then immediately hold left and mash the jump button to flip to the left and hit this thing that falls down. And then hit this pillar, and the third fire pillar after the next hole. So here's Nintendo's video on the optimal carpet death. So just look on the right. So this is the run that you just saw. So everything is the same here. But after that last... Oh. Oh, interesting. Hold on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I guess after you get hit 8 times, you hold right and just keep going to the right like Nintendo's doing. And see, if you do that, you reach the lava a bit faster. So after getting hit 8 times, you can hold to the right, hold right, and you'll reach this part faster. And then dodge the HP orb, get hit by this thing, get hit by this thing, and get hit by the fire pillars. And that saves like almost a whole second, which is really cool. So shoutouts to Nintendo for that strat. And then skip that cutscene. Skip this cutscene. Skip the next cutscene. There's a lot of cutscenes. Alright, leave through the save point. And you want to, after skipping this text, select the warp hole. But don't go into the warp hole. You're basically just taking the top route to Monstro, and selecting the warp hole is faster than selecting the question mark on the map. So just hold square, and you can hold your gun button as well if you have a gun equipped. Avoid this warp hole. Just fly to the right of it. And just hold square and avoid all the obstacles until you reach Monstro. And I'm just going to skip forward to that.
Did I know that you could freeze the bubbles?
Okay, so right here, just mash through the text. Mash through this text. And right here, an interesting thing that many people don't know is right here, you don't have to mash anymore. Because as you can see, there's no yellow arrow signifying that you can mash. So right here, you can just relax a bit and the text will auto advance. Okay, right here, you're going to hear some piano notes. Or, I guess not. I've gotten so fast with my cutscene skips. You can skip the cutscene during the white, even before you hear the piano notes. And then right here, you can skip the cutscene when the second line of text appears. And then here, I look at my loadless timer. You want to roll forward, jump, and then swim across. Skip this cutscene. You're going to roll forward and jump over the ledge. And roll to chamber 1. And then roll forward a couple times to trigger the cutscene. And then jump to the left. And you want to position your camera here to be facing this entrance right here. It has to be facing directly on. As center as possible. And then right here, as soon as you see it fade in, you want to attack to the left to get onto this platform. And then after you land, inch yourself forward just a tiny bit. Like so. And then you can jump up and to the left to grab this ledge. And this is called Chamber 3 skip. It is very difficult. The save is about 8 seconds. 6 to 8 seconds. But yeah, just practice that a bunch and you'll get it down eventually. Go to chamber 6. Go up and to the right to chamber 5. And go forward to chamber 4. Skip the cutscene. Skip this cutscene. And then go to the next area. This fight is pretty easy. You just have to do your air combos as quickly as possible. So as you're falling off of this ledge, you can do an air combo before you land to start the stagger loop. And then just keep doing air combos, and Parasite Cage should stagger with every finisher. However, there is a bit of RNG, because sometimes Donald and Goofy can break him out of your loop. In that case, since you're on beginner, just keep doing full combos, and he'll eventually die. But if you're fast enough with your combos and you get lucky, he'll just keep staggering over and over, and he won't attack you.
Yeah, when I played Ocarina of Time for the first time, it reminded me of Monstro. Jabu Jabu. I was like, hey, this just looks a lot like Monstro.
So skip that cutscene, master that text, and then you want to jump forward, do a big jump forward, and jump into the hole. Skip this cutscene. If you're on JP, you will spawn on the ground right here, and you'll have to dodge roll up and grab a ledge to get up to the high jump chest. If you're on English, you'll spawn right in front of the high jump chest on the boat right here. Because I'm on JP, I need to roll forward, and then grab the ledge, and pick up the high jump chest.
I should do that.
Then here, you're going to equip, what's it called? Wishing lamp. Or, sorry, 3 wishes. It's called 3 wishes, right? Let me just make sure. Yeah. Oh my god.
Finished OOT. I should do that.
So pick up the high jump chest, equip 3 wishes, and equip high jump. And then jump up here. You can do a swing to get some more distance. And then right here, you can dodge roll from the edge of this platform to right here. It is a bit precise and risky, but it is consistent if you know what you're doing. And then just jump up here and take the path that I'm taking.
Yo, what's up, Lamau?
Sometimes you can get hit by an air soldier here, but just ignore them and keep climbing up.
Thank you so much, man. How have you been?
Okay, at the beginning of this fight, if you're fast enough, you can do a quick air combo to stagger him immediately. Like so. If you're a tad too slow, you'll get hit right here, and you'll just need to roll forward and do an air combo to start the loop. Your first air combo finisher will always make him stagger, from my experience. And just like the first fight, just keep comboing him as quickly as possible until he dies. So that was a perfect fight. Now, there is something that can happen here. If you get unlucky, he will open his mouth and reveal his orb. And when he does this, just do 1-2s, like 2 air hits without a finisher until he starts moving again, and then you can do air combos. But by that point, like, you will already have done a lot of damage, so he'll die pretty soon after that.
You've just been on break? Nice. You've been playing any...
So skip that cutscene, skip through that text. Skip through this cutscene.
I'm really hoping to start back up the...
Then Monstro will spit us out.
Next to you. I really, really want to do more of those. Like the Ocarina, or the Ocarina, the Octopath collab is like some of the most fun I've ever had working on a music project.
And then skip through this text.
If I need some more sacks. Big Blue, maybe.
Press up and confirm to go to the world map.
I'm thinking
Skip through this text box and warp straight to Monstro. You can hold down on the analog stick right after you skip the last text box, and then hold up right on the left analog stick.
the next big...
And by holding down on the right analog stick, it'll automatically set the cursor to warp as you're moving.
The Hyrule Field theme from Ocarina of Time. I want to make a whole orchestral collab of that. Dude, Season 1 is such a meme. I had a whole album art made for that too.
Right here, you want to dodge roll and jump onto this platform. I do a swing here to extend my jump, and jump up here and up here. Sometimes you'll grab the ledge, and sometimes you'll need to jump again. But you want to get this water gleam chest. Dodge roll down, and then jump onto this platform, and then jump forward again.
Blinded by light.
Go up these stairs and jump up here and leave through the save point.
I guess I could do something from FF14.
And then you want to warp, or you want to do normal drive to this question mark right here, which is Halloween Town.
And then I was thinking...
And here, even if you don't have a gun, you can just go straight to the bottom middle and hold square the entire time, and you will not get hit whatsoever. Even though it looks like you should. Like, look at this. So this ship is shooting me, but I'm taking no damage. Because this game is funny.
What is it called? Yeah,
and you will survive until the very end without taking any damage.
From Final Fantasy 1 through 10 already.
And I'm going to take a recording break here. Alright, I'm back. Here's the start of Halloween Town.
13 and 15. And I guess I can include 14. I wasn't going to include 11 or 12.
So, enter the world. Obviously, skip the cutscene.
Well, maybe I could do 11. 12 sounds...
Mash through the text.
...that appealing to me. So I think I'm just going to...
Dodge roll a few times to the next room. And then you want to go to the right here. And dodge roll up the stairs. And then do a big jump towards the wall here to trigger the cutscene. Shoutouts to Majora's. Skip the cutscene and then immediately hold back right on your left analog stick, and you want to move the camera to the right as well. Jump up these stairs, and then you want to jump right here on the top stair on the very left side. This will give you the greatest verticality to jump up to the ledge up here, and then do a full jump up here to grab the ledge.
All of the FF12 music is so serious.
Grab this power up. It'll be used very soon later. Jump down, roll a couple times, and walk to the door. Roll a few times up the stairs.
Anyway, feel free to put 3 numbers in the chat, 1 through 7, for a chance to win some bragging rights.
Mash through this text. Skip this cutscene. Back out of this menu, you can start moving here as it's fading in. Just do a dodge roll and then pause the game. And you're going to exchange both of Jack's ethers onto Sora. After that, you're going to use your power-up on Sora from the stock. And then switch out the White Fang with Ray of Light for more MP. And then equip Sora's bottom 4 abilities. And those abilities are Hurricane Blast, MP Haste, Scan, and Air Combo Plus.
How do you like...
And then leave the lab, skip the cutscene, go to the door,
a lot?
ignore all the enemies, just roll here, roll around the corner, jump up the steps 2 times. As soon as you skip this text, you need to dodge roll forward once, and then use a couple blizzards. After the second blizzard, if you do a big jump forward, it'll spawn the wave of search ghosts a lot faster. And then you can roll once toward them and use 2 blizzards to kill. After the second blizzard, you want to do a big jump backwards and then forwards, and it'll spawn the last wave much faster as well. And then you can use 3 blizzards here to kill. After the third blizzard, you can collect all of the MP orbs, or as much as you can, to fill up on MP. Skip that cutscene. Skip that cutscene.
Yeah, but it has to be a battle theme. It's a battle
Skip
theme.
that cutscene, and then you're gonna roll to the lab.
And I don't count boss themes either.
Go up the stairs again.
That's what I'm saying. The battle theme from FF12 is boring.
Roll and talk to Dr. Fink.
I'm sure there's some...
Skip another cutscene. Roll backwards twice and walk to the door.
battle themes.
Dodge roll 3 times, walk to that door. And then we're gonna go to
Battle music are
the graveyard again.
unfortunate.
And here, 2 different things can happen. So, this is the most common spawn, the 3 white knights. You can also get white mushrooms here. If you get white mushrooms, you can either hit them with your keyblade really quick, just hit them once each. Just 1 hit per mushroom. Or if they're not fanning themselves, you can use Blizzard on all of them to get them a little faster. But this is the most common spawn. So you want to focus on this white knight first, and be careful not to walk too far to the right, because then you're going to spawn extra enemies. So focus on this guy first. And usually a full combo will kill there. Sometimes Donald and Goofy will mess that up, and you can use like a fire from the distance or something. But usually a full combo there will kill. And then lock on to the far white knight here. Again, don't step over here because it'll spawn more enemies. You want to walk right here so you get both of these white knights with 3 blizzards together. Like that, and that'll kill both of them. And after the first blizzard, you can jump onto this pillar and jump onto the next pillar right here. And then you can dodge roll forward 2 times and mash the heck out of triangle to get in here before the enemies finish spawning. Like so. And then here, talk to the mayor. And during this minigame, you want to put yourself to as much of an orange MP bar as you can by using some fires, and then use an ether right after. So in this case, I'm going to use 3 fires, just because I'm at a 2 and a little bit past 2 on the orange MP. I can use 3 fires to get an extra bar of yellow MP. Like so. And then I'm going to use an ether. And also pay attention to the order of the ghosts minigame so that you know what to press.
1, 6, 7.
Do the minigame. Get the Jack in the Box in the chest.
Before Kingdom Hearts 2. And
Enter this door.
after Kingdom Hearts 2.
And then this is very important. You want to do a jumping fire onto this platform, and then as soon as you touch the ground, do a big jump so that you don't miss the platform while it's moving.
Never watch it
And then you can extend your jump a little bit with a swing there, like I do.
or play Days Before Cage 2.
And then we're going to go back to Dr. Finkelstein's lab.
Even if Square Enix tells you to do this, because they're incorrect.
Go up the stairs again, roll to Dr. Fink. Skip this cutscene. Skip that cutscene. Go up to the graveyard again.
Star Wars, watch the movies in release order. Don't listen to George Lucas.
Skip the cutscene. Do another jumping fire here and do a big jump like last time. And then there are 2 different things that can happen here. You can either get a black fungus spawn, which you won't hear spawn in. They'll already be there. If you get black fungus, just use fire on the moving platform and jump back up and then come back to the room. Unfortunately, it loses 10 seconds to get a black fungus spawn, but it's completely random. And you also end up losing 2 casts of magic, unfortunately. But there's nothing you can really do. If you get the regular spawn, you'll hear them spawn in. So, like right there, while it's fading in, you'll hear them spawn in. And in this case, you want to lock on to this gargoyle. You're going to have to lock on switch with L2 a few times. Lock onto this gargoyle and then spam, I want to say like 5 to 6 blizzards to kill everybody from a distance. Yeah, so that was 5 right there. You might have to use 6 depending on what happens. And then jump up here and activate the curly hill. And just dodge roll to the gates here.
Prequels first ruins the ending of episode 5.
Skip that.
Spoils the ending.
And then we're going to climb up the manor by doing some cool movement. So just follow what I do. You want to jump up here. And then we're going to jump up here. I would recommend, if you can, avoid doing a swing here to gain distance, because sometimes you'll do a clank and it'll knock you completely off Ogi Manor. So just do a big jump from here all the way to here. And then you should make it just fine. And then we're going to jump up here. And jump here. And then jump up here to grab this ledge. You're going to do a dodge roll. Or not. I think I tried to dodge roll, but I don't know. I couldn't. But then you can grab this ledge right here. Do a dodge roll and jump onto this step right here. And then we're going to jump up and to the left.
It also spoils a lot of
Jump on this platform.
episode 6.
Walk up a bit until you're like over this corner, and then we're going to jump up here and do a swing to get over, like so. You can jump right there and then enter the room to lock, shock, and barrel. Now this is a pretty dumb fight, honestly. But what I recommend doing is locking onto shock if you can, and then try to position yourself in order to hit all three with your blizzards if you can. This fight is pretty random, and sometimes one of the three, or more than one of the three, will just start running around and doing random stuff. But just, yeah, just lock onto shock. She's usually the one in the back, and just spam as many jumping blizzards as you can. The better you get at timing these blizzards, the more consistent this fight is going to get. Because the faster you do it, the more likely it is that they're going to get stunned. Or stun locked, rather, and they won't be able to move. But again, it's random. So just try your best here, honestly. Yeah, so right here I'm trying to move to the right to get Barrow into my blizzards, but he's like a little too far away. There we go. So yeah, sometimes you have to reposition yourself. And then if one of them's not dead, you can do some more air hits to kill them. So honestly, that fight was a little slow, but not too bad. Like, it could have been worse. I've definitely seen worse fights. But yeah, you'll just have to react to what happens and then reposition yourself. Depending on how they're situated.
Yes, days and chain of memories are both very important. And the order...
Also very important is hitting this lever. A lot of new runners forget this. Please hit this lever right away after you beat LSB. And then you're going to... a cool thing you can do in this room on PC. For some reason in this specific room, the camera flips around a lot faster. So you can dodge roll backwards and press R3 to flip the camera. Like so. And it'll flip very instantaneously. And then open the menu and replace Ray of Light with White Fang, because we're going to need more strength for Oogie Boogie. And to get to Oogie the fastest, you can dodge roll off of this ledge right here. Dodge roll forward like so. Go to the right here, and then you can dodge roll and then drop straight down and go into the door. It's pretty fast.
Every Kingdom Hearts game except Bcast is important.
Skip through this text and this cutscene, and at the very beginning, as soon as you see yourself load in, do a big jump and cast Blizzard on both gargoyles. And this will make both of them come down to you. And you want to position yourself around here, and then finish them off with blizzards. And you want to try to get both at the same time. After they're both dead, you can go onto a switch to make the platform go up to Oogie. It's important that you hit the switch that's right in front of Oogie, so you can actually hit him. Another thing you can do is, like for safety, you can make sure that Donald and Goofy are not on the same platform as you, because they can steal hits away from you. The way this fight works is Oogie has a hit counter, and you can only hit him a total of 10 times before he knocks you off. However, Donald and Goofy can steal hits away from you, because their hits count as well. However, on beginner, I don't really worry about that, especially if Oogie's on this specific platform, because it's very unlikely for Donald and Goofy to mess things up too much on this platform specifically. And on beginner, you already do so much damage that I'm usually not worried anyway. So It's up to your own personal preference, but I just like to YOLO it, honestly. It's like Goofy's up here with me, but he's not going to do anything because Oogie's in this corner. And for some reason, when Oogie's in the corner, I don't know, Goofy doesn't jump up here usually. If he does get in this corner, I would recommend trying to knock Oogie to the left here so that he doesn't run up on the tallest platform. But ultimately it is random what direction Oogie runs in after this. Yeah, just jump up here. You can do 3 hits, and then a full combo, because that's 3 plus 3 is 6, and a full combo is 4, so that's 10 hits. So do 3 hits, and then a full combo. As Oogie is knocking you off, you can do a underhand swing to get in an extra hit. Like that. And that does a little more damage. And then just use a bunch of fires while Oogie is doing his thing. And then this part is important. So after he knocks you off, he's going to throw 3 dice at you, and you have to reflect them. He can do this in various ways. He can either walk around first and then throw the dice. He can throw some exploding dice, which you know if they're exploding if they're like shining. So these white dice, I guess they're not white, but they're very bright. These are exploding dice. You can just avoid them. Just don't get hit. And then usually, if he's throwing the regular dice, he'll spin around before he throws them. So you can see right here, he's not spinning around. If he has his hands like this, that means they're exploding dice. And then right here, he's spinning around, which means he's throwing the normal dice. And these, the way it works is if you hit all 3 of them back, you can skip an attack that Oogie does and raise the platform again much more quickly. And the way to do this is try to stand like in the middle of where you think, or a little behind where you think the dice are going to fall. And then you can do a hit on the ground. Make sure you're not locked onto Oogie, by the way. And then Sora, if you time it correctly, Sora will do a side swipe, like to the side. He'll do like a sweeping attack, and it'll hit either 2 or 3 dice back. I think in this PB, I mistime it, though. Yeah, so I got an overhead swing instead. That's not what you want. However, if you react fast enough, even if this happens, you can do some air hits to try to get the rest of the 2. Like right there, I barely got it. But let me see if I have a run where I got a clean dice reflect, just to show you what it looks like. Dice reflect is hard, by the way, and like sometimes, even if you're a top runner, you'll miss it. It's a very hard trick to get. Okay, let's see. Oh, it looks like I got it here. So, he did exploding dice there again. Even that was like not timed perfectly because I still did an overhead hit, but that was more clean at least. I've seen other runners like Missmaster 1 block the dice in the air, so like you can jump up to the dice and hit them back, which I can show after this, but I prefer to do it on the ground. I just find that more consistent for me personally. Yeah, usually you're gonna get 2 at the same time. Like, it's pretty rare to get all 3 in one swing. Usually you'll get 2, and then the last one is pretty easy to get afterwards. Usually it's only 2 of them that are like lumped super together though. I want to find one where I get a perfect dice reflect, Because it is possible. I guess in my PBs, I just don't get perfect dice reflex very often. Maybe this one. No, same thing.
Okay.
Also, the reason you don't want Oogie on this tall platform is because it makes it really hard to see the dice. But I still get it right there. Do I really not have a run where I get a clean dice reflect? Yeah, so there's the clean dice reflect. Remember, it's very important to unlock right before. So like, you see right here, I'm locked on. And then right before I want to swing, I unlock from Oogie. And this allows Sora to do his side swipe. Because if you're still locked on, Sora will instead do an overhead hit. Or in rare occasions, he'll try to jump. But yeah, don't lock on, like unlock from Oogie right before you're supposed to swing. And then you'll get a perfect dice reflect. And then after this, you can stand on the platform. Oh, if you're up here, I guess it's a good thing I can explain this. If you're up here, you want to wait for this platform to fully finish going up before you jump up here. And that way you'll get up here consistently. And you'll want to jump on the opposite corner that Oogie's on. So you see right there, I waited until the platform finished rising, and then I jump up here and do a swing. And then you can just wail on him until he dies. The hardest part of the fight is getting that dice reflect. Now, I can show you guys what it looks like to do the aerial dice reflect. I know Mist likes to go for it a lot, so let's see if he gets it in his PB. Yeah, so Mist goes for aerial dice reflect, which I personally find to be more inconsistent for me. But it is technically a bit faster. What he does is he targets the two dice that are close together while still locked onto Oogie, and then he unlocks and goes for the third dice. And sometimes you can hit all three back with an aerial hit, but doing this aerial hit gives you more time to deal with any stragglers, which is nice. So ultimately, again, it's up to personal preference, but again, to explain... To explain this again, Oogie will throw the dice, and then you can jump up and hit them while still locked onto Oogie. As they're about... when you see them come down to like this section right here on the wall, you can use like this wall for reference. When you see them come down to the wall here, like almost touching the colors, and then you can hit them. And after you hit the two dice, unlock from Oogie and focus on the third die. Yeah. I don't like going for the aerial hit because it's not consistent for me, but I don't know, you can try either one. It's honestly up to you. And then we have Oogie Manor. Oogie Manor on beginner is honestly pretty easy. Oh, this is the wrong run. Hold on. Let's go back to Reki.
Oh. Oh yeah, original old mobile.
So skip through the text after you beat Oogie. Skip the cutscene. Skip that. Pass through the text. Dodge roll forward. And then just jump where I jump. Jump onto this leg. And then you're going to jump up the two steps on the right here. And then you can jump in between this onto this platform. And then as you're jumping up here, do 3 hits and then 2 hits. And basically that's... yeah. Pretty easy. Just 3 hits and then 2 hits. It's faster to avoid doing the finisher because a finisher will give you a little more end lag. Then jump to the right onto this platform, jump up here, dodge roll forward to land on this platform. And then without pressing the jump button, do a full combo and Sora will auto jump. And if you time the combo well enough, Sora's last hit will parry a fireball back into the orb to kill it. Like so. And you'll see the tech pop up. Dodge roll onto this platform, jump on this platform, and then jump down. As you're coming down, you can start swinging. Or if you want to play more safe, you can land. But I like to start swinging before I land to be extra fast. You can start swinging and again do 3 hits and then 2 hits. And then jump up here. You want to make sure to grab like as far left here as possible so that you don't re-grab the ledge. Sometimes Donald and Goofy can be up here too and they can cock block you. You just want to try jumping to the left of them if that's the case. Then jump to this orb and do 3 hits into 2 hits again. Roll out of the way before the gargoyles hit you. Sometimes you just can't avoid it, but that time I did. And then here, I usually do a full combo and then 1 hit. Or no, I do 1 hit and then a full combo just so I get moving to that direction faster. Because Hurricane Blast like moves you forward a bit. So 1 hit into a full combo. Jump up here. And then here, you also want to do a full combo without jumping, I believe. Or no. You do want to jump here. My bad. Yeah, a full combo. The reason you do a full combo here is so you land on this platform after your finisher. And that lets you do a 5th hit a bit faster. And then get out of the way of the gargoyles. For this jump, this is called miss jump. You want to stand on this line right here. This black line. And then jump backwards to grab the ledge. So I'm standing like right here. Then do a big jump to grab this ledge. With enough practice, it's pretty easy. If you're having a lot of trouble, you can go around, but this jump is not too bad, honestly. And then here, do 2 hits into 3 hits. Actually, you can do a full combo. Yeah, you can do a full combo because it could parry a fireball here, and it also kills the enemies around you if they get close. Like sometimes, like you saw a fireball come out of there, sometimes it'll parry. Like sometimes you can kill in a full combo here if you get lucky. So I like to go for it, and it doesn't lose too much time if you don't get the parry. And then you're done. And that's Halloween Town.
This run is even faster than yesterday's run. Which was my best pace ever.
So skip through the cutscenes, mash through the text. Make your way to the safe point here. Oh, also, I guess I didn't explain this. When you're going to the guillotine gate, dodge roll to the right here. I see a lot of people going to the left and going around the gate. That's very slow. Just dodge roll to the right here. And then drop down the stairs and go forward from there. And then dodge roll to the save points. Leave the world. And go to Neverland, start holding square. Now, if you are on the PC version, we do have what's called a hook ship mod. It gives you Captain Hook's pirate ship consistently. and it is speedrun legal. The community voted that we should use it, so that will be found in the description of this video if you want to get that installed. And if you have any questions on how to install it, if you're having problems, join the Kingdom Hearts Speedrun Discord and someone will help you there. If you're on console, unfortunately, it is random whether you get hookship or not. It's a 30% chance of missing it. And if you do miss it, I will explain, but if you do miss it, you'll want to go all the way to Atlantica and then leave the world. So right here, you can just keep holding square and get all the way to the end, dodge all of the obstacles, or shoot through them if you have a gun.
I need some water.
You can just hold square the entire time here. I believe. Yeah. Okay, and coming up is hookship. You'll pass through this ring. And then you'll see these two rings. Now, if you're on console, the way you know if you got hookship is if these two rings disappear, like so, that means you got hookship. If they don't disappear and you go straight through them, just keep going, keep holding square until you get to Atlantica, and then go to the world map by hitting the bottom option and go back to Neverland from Atlantica. Now, if you miss hookship again, you'll reach the same two rings, but it'll be faster from Atlantica to go to Neverland. Missing hookship from Halloween Town loses 46 seconds, I believe. And then missing it from Atlantica misses an additional 25 seconds. And yes, you can miss it multiple times in a row. But if you miss hookship coming from Atlantica, just quit out of the Gummi mission and try again from Atlantica. If you're on PC, you don't have to worry about that. And then just mash through all of this text. Once you see the ship pop up, you don't have to mash through text anymore. And now we are in Neverland, or so they say. It's not really Neverland, it's just a pirate ship in the middle of the ocean. Skip that cutscene.
Bruh.
Skip that cutscene.
Hello there.
And then you can back out of the menu there by pressing back and confirm. During the fade in here, you can actually start moving. And you can actually get to the door before it fades in. So right here, I'm already walking through the door. And the way you can do this is by holding... Let's rewind. You'll see my inputs.
Hello there.
So right here, I'm holding this angle, like down and right a bit, so I walk through the door. And then I hold up and right. Now right here, this is a cool trick you can do. It's kind of risky to go for, and I think I fail actually. You can jump up here and do a swing to get over this platform. However, if this pirate is in this exact spot, he will make you auto-lock onto him, and he'll ruin your life, unfortunately. If you want to be more safe and less risky, I would recommend grabbing this ledge right here on the right, and then flip upwards and jump from here to here. It's a lot more safe to do it that way. You can do a swing over this ledge to be faster. In fact, again, let me see if there's a run I do with that specific trick. just to show you what it looks like when done successfully.
Yeah, Master Train, exactly.
A little too far. I think I get it here, so. That's what it looks like. You can jump straight up here and do a swing and land straight on this platform. It saves like 2 seconds. But it is like sometimes the pirate can be in the wrong spot and screw you over. So whether you want to go for it is up to you, but just thought I'd put that out there. Because look, I lose time right here. And then I have to grab this ledge and do it the other way. As you're heading down this hole, use Blizzard to avoid grabbing the ledge. Dodge roll a few times, and then do a big jump up here and use another Blizzard to touch the load zone. And Blizzard is the fastest magic spell to use in the air. That's why you can go with Blizzard. Most people go for like Cure, and Cure works too, but it's slower since you have to do 2 inputs. I like to go for Blizzard instead. And it gets you up there more consistently.
What's a Flav? Thank you for the good luck.
Skip the cutscene. Skip that cutscene. Skip that cutscene. And then hold down right while moving the camera to the right. And dodge roll a couple times. And jump up the right hole. Activate the green trinity. And walk up the ladder from the ground. That's because Goofy, if you try to jump up the ladder to save time, Goofy will be blocking you. So just go up it from the bottom. And then while you're climbing up, you want to replace Blizzard with Stop on your customized menu. And this is where some runners might disagree with me, but I think it's better to shortcut stop for fights like Anti-Sora and Dragon Maleficent and whatnot. I think it's better to shortcut stop because you can just input it faster and it'll lead to more consistency. However, if you don't feel like shortcutting stop and you want a hard menu stop, you can do that. Like, I've seen some people get away with that. But honestly, I think A, it's more consistent to shortcut stop, and I actually do think it's faster. So definitely shortcut stop over Blizzard at this point. And then when you're nearing the top, you can do a jump to get to the load zone faster instead of climbing all the way up. And Anti-Sora is probably the hardest fight in the game, and I've probably put in like 100 hours into practicing this at least. There are 3 different patterns, or 3 different opening things Anti-Sora can do. He can either swing at you immediately, which is what you want. He can either go underground like a shadow does, and that's the worst thing to get. Or he can start walking, and that's like a 50-50, whether or not that'll ruin the fight or not. So you want to hope that he swings. If he walks, it can be okay, but yeah. So right here, I get the good pattern. He swung at me immediately. And you want to start by doing 5 hits without a finisher into a stop. So I do a 1-2, 1-2-3, stop. And then a 1-2, 1-2-3, 1-2, stop. And then 1-2-3, 1-2. Okay, let's back up. So bad at explaining this because it goes by so quickly. So 1-2-3. 1-2, 1-2-3, stop. You can do 3-2 stop or 2-3 stop. It doesn't matter as long as he gets into that corner from your 5 hits. So I do a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, jump, stop. Okay? And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, stop. And then from here, I do as many hits as possible until I parry Anti-Sora. And then I let him swing. I back up and let him swing again. And then I stop him right after. Like so. And then you want to do... Oh, I messed up there. This is not a perfect showcase of how the fight should go. So... let's see if my other run does a better job. One sec. And this way I can also show off the different patterns that Anti-Sora can do. So this is the walking pattern. If he does this, you're kind of screwed. Because you want him in this corner for Donald and Goofy to not be able to reach him. So right there, I carefully hit him 5 times to the wall. You have to do 5 hits before using the stop to put him in the loop. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, stop. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I parry him. Let him do a second swing and stop him. So then right there I do 6 hits and then stop instead of 5 hits. So 6 hits and then stop. Then 9 hits and stop. And then I wail at him. I think I do like 6 more hits. So this is a good showcase of the fight. This is pretty much perfect. But yeah, this is what to do when he walks to the left. You just want to try to get him in here. So 5 hits, stop. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, stop. So that's 8 hits right there. The 8th hit should parry if you're fast. Wait for him to swing again and stop him. 6 hits and then stop. 9 hits and then stop. And then finish him off. So, let's go over that one more time. 5 hits and then stop. 5 hits and then stop. 8 hits, parry. Stop after the second swing. 6 hits and stop. 9 hits and stop. And then finish him off. And that's ideally how a perfect fight should go. Now there can be a lot of variation to this. Sometimes Anti-Sora, and we don't know why, but sometimes Anti-Sora can randomly break out. Sometimes it's because of your party members. Sometimes it's just because he wants to break out. In that case, you're going to have to learn how to catch him after he vanishes. After he goes poof. And the way to do that is, I think it happens in this video actually. So like right there, he breaks out early. You want to wait for him to swing. And then as he's putting his Keyblade away, as he's moving his arm back, you can do an air hit at the perfect time to catch him.
Okay.
Like that. Now, you can do a ground hit to catch him too, but it is much harder to time the ground hit. It's much easier to do the air hit here, since the air attack is out for longer. It just has more frames. So let's go frame by frame. So right about here, as Anti-Sora's Keyblade is going back to his original position, like right there, it starts moving back. So So right when it starts moving back, you want to start jumping. Then as he's going into his battle stance, you'll hit him. So like right when he puts his foot down is when you should be hitting him. And yeah, you'll definitely have to practice this a lot. It's definitely very, very hard to time. But trust me, it'll be worth it. So whenever he goes poof, you can just loop him with 5 hits. Like every 5 hits, he'll vanish again. So if you fail the stop loop, you want to do the attack loop instead. And after he vanishes, you want to catch him like this. And you can either do 5 hits total or a full combo. The finisher or doing 5 hits will make him go poof. If he has a lot of HP left, another thing you can do is after you catch him, you can do 2 hits and then a stop. And then wail on him as much as you can to get his HP down. That's only if he has a lot of health left. Like, if he breaks out with 1 full HP bar, you can do that. Just do 2 hits into a stop, and then wail on him as much as you can. But yeah, that's the gist of Anti-Sword. It's a very hard fight. Definitely practice this as much as you can. But yeah.
That's okay.
And then after this fight is done, you want to roll towards this door to get a fast fade out. Now,
That's okay.
a lot of runners think the fast fade out is random. It's actually not. It's actually a timing thing. If you dodge roll on or close to the same frame that it starts fading out, you'll get fast fade out every time. Right, like right there was, I would even say that was a late dodge. Like, that was a bit late. You have to like preemptively dodge. You have to just know the timing, exactly when it's going to start fading. And if you dodge exactly when it starts fading towards the door, and you have to be touching the door, like during your roll, it'll fade out every time. It's actually not random. And then if it fades out quickly, you can skip the cutscene immediately as it's fading to white. During the fade-in, you can start walking forward or dodge roll forward. Open the latch and cast stop to avoid the ledge grab. And then while you're casting stop, open the menu. And you want to replace White Fang with Ray of Light. Replace Brave Warrior with Raven's Claw. And put on Pumpkinhead. And then you want to equip Donald's 5th, 3rd, and 2nd ability. Those are going to be MP Haste, MP Rage, and 2nd Wind. And then on Goofy, you want to equip Tornado, which is this one, and Cheer. Yeah, Tornado and Cheer. And then for Peter Pan, unequip his top 3 abilities. That's so he doesn't waste any MP, and you'll want him to give you ethers during the next boss fight. So just unequip his top 3 abilities. And then in your customize, set Goofy's support actions to constantly. So this option, set it to constantly, and then change to Peter Pan, and set his MP items to immediately. So MP items to the far left option to immediately. So again, Goofy's support actions to constantly, and Peter Pan's MP items to immediately. And then back out of the menu. You can touch the save point for an MP refill, and then exit the room. Dodge roll downwards 2 times, go through the door, And then here you can jump up and clank this wall to grab this ladder more consistently. You can bank off of the wall to grab the ladder. Then climb up there. You don't want to jump up there this time because it'll change your camera positioning. So just climb until you get to the top. And you want to roll once and go through the door. Skip the cutscene. This is very important. You want to swap out Donald for Peter Pan. That's because Peter Pan has a cheer ability. And along with Goofy's cheer, you'll be able to use Simba here. If you use Donald, if you put Donald in your party by accident instead of Peter Pan, the Simba strat will not work. Because you won't have enough of a summon bar. After skipping this text, summon Simba immediately. Literally as fast as you can. And then during this animation, hold triangle so you're already charging. Do a 3-tick charge, so when you hear the 3rd tick, let go. And then from now on, you want to do 2 full charges to kill everything else. 2 full charges. And then target this ship. You want to target either the back of the ship or the side, it's fine. As long as you break one of his parts like that, you'll see a tech. That means you will kill the ship without it running away. And you can just wail on it until it dies. Skip the cutscene and then roll to the right. Jump on this crate. And then see what Captain Hook does, and then cast a stop. And then the faster strat here is to do 5 hits into a stop. Or it's either 5 or 6, but you can do 4 hit, like a full combo and then a stop, and then a full combo and then a stop. That's the easier strat to do. And then Peter Pan, if he's nice, will give you enough ethers to just keep looping him. Yeah, so right there, for the first combo, because he was far away, I did a full combo, and then it stopped. And then when you're close to him, you can do 5 hits into a stop. But the 5-hit stop strat is very, very precise. I would only recommend this to, like, the top runners. Because otherwise, if you're not fast enough, you'll completely fail the stop. Like, you won't be able to cast it in time and he'll break out. If you want this strat to work though, make sure, like, after your 3 hits, jump higher for the 2 hits so that you have enough time to cast the stop before touching the ground. So I do a short hop for the 3 hits, and then I jump higher for the 2 hits, and then I use a stop. And I'm actually counting in my head here how many stops I'm doing. It's always the same amount of stops. Let's count them together. So I don't count the first one in my head. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then after 6, I know he's gonna die if I just keep wailing on him. So 6 stops after the first initial stop. So 7 total. So if you want to count the first stop in your head, just count to 7 stops, and then you can just wail on him. Yeah, Captain Hook is pretty easy. Peter Pan might not give you MP sometimes, and you'll just have to wing it and just attack Hook whenever he's open. You don't really have any risk of dying here, because he doesn't do that much damage on beginner. but it's a pretty easy fight. You can skip that cutscene in the white as it's fading. You can look at your loadless timer for that if you're on PC. On console, it's about 7 seconds during that white screen, and then you can skip it after 7 seconds. When you get to the tower, just roll straight down, and then attack in the air. Actually, do I press the glide button? It's been so long. Yeah, you want to press the glide button. If you look really closely to my inputs, I start flying before I attack. It's like pretty hard to miss. Or pretty easy to miss, sorry. So I'm going to press X to start gliding and then circle really quickly. Like that. Then hit this hand 3 times. Skip the cutscene. And you can lock on to the clock hand to make it a bit easier. You can skip the next cutscene. So after the Navi Gummi pops up, you can skip the next cutscene after the heart in the corner goes away. On JP, you're actually not going to see a heart here. On English, you will. So you can also look at your loadless timer. So when it starts moving, you can skip it immediately. Skip that cutscene. Skip this one. Mash through the text.
Thank you, Sealy.
And then you want to fly to the Flare G chest and pick this up. And fly all the way back. Land on this save point up here. Open the menu. You want to equip Glide. And you want to equip Guard and Ars Arcanum, which are the bottom 2 abilities on Sora. After that, you want to equip Fairy Harp. And then leave the world. Skip through this text. Press square to open the Gummi menu. The Gummi Garage. And then while it's fading in, you can hold left on the D-pad, just like last time. And it'll scroll automatically as soon as it loads. And you want to press left on the D-pad again, and then press down on the D-pad for it to go back to the Flare G. And you want to get rid of the Fire G by pressing the back button while your cursor's over it. And then press the confirm button to place the Flare G. And then press options on your controller to save the ship. And then back out. And then we're going to warp to Traverse Town.
Happy New Year. Wait. It's not New Year yet.
After warping to Traverse Town, dock in the Magician's Study and talk to the Fairy Godmother. This is very important because you want to get Dumbo here. And then jump forward to the save point. Don't activate the Blue Trinity by accident. I've done that before. And then go to the accessory shop. Leave out the door. Jump up here and make your way to the second district. Looks like my VOD got muted here. That's okay. You want to jump up here. If you do a big enough jump and then glide, you can make it over the ledge instead of grabbing the ledge here. But you can ledge grab as well. Just don't go too far to the left because you'll end up spawning enemies. Although if you do spawn enemies, it's still fine as long as you're quick enough. But from here, you want to do a big jump and then start gliding. You want to make it to this platform over here. And just glide all the way. And this is the hard part, okay? Once you're like touching this, you want to quickly do a swing to get on top of it. And this is going to take some practice. I've messed that up before. For this jump, you want to jump a little outwards to the left. Like, as you can see, I'm jumping a little to the left here, and then back to the right to grab this roof. And make sure you don't jump too far forward here after flipping up, because you're going to spawn some extra enemies up here, and that would be bad. Don't spawn the enemies up here. You want to land here on this platform as far away from here as possible. And then as you're gliding to here, you want to use a fire to set up your orange MP bar. And this is very important. And then jump here and glide in between these two pillars. And you want to lock onto this green Requiem and use an Rs. And then you can do some bashes too. Also, before the Rs, I like to position myself a little to the right to catch more enemies. As you can see, I lock on and then I move a little to the right and then I use an Rs. Sometimes your Rs will get all of the enemies in one clean sweep without having to use any extra triangle presses. But sometimes you'll have to do more bashes like I am here. Sometimes you'll get hit. Like, there's a lot of different stuff that can happen here, but just try to get as many as you can and then clean up the rest with some hits. Now, there are some rare things that can happen. For example, if we go back, sometimes one of the enemies will be stuck like way at the bottom. Like, let me show you guys, like way down here where you can't reach them. In that case, what I like to do is jump on the box that's up here. Like, jump on top of the box. This is once all of the other enemies are gone, by the way. And if there's like one left. Jump on this box and jump as high as you can in order to despawn the enemies down here, and then they'll respawn up here. But that shouldn't happen too often. So after you clean these enemies up, you can do the White Trinity. Also important to collect enough MP bubbles to be at to be near 3 bars of orange MP. Because that's how much we need for the next fight. And then you want to ring the bell 3 times. Sorry for the muted gameplay audio, but it is what it is. Ring the bell 3 times. And then you can skip the cutscene. Roll down. Oh, audio's back. Okay, and then roll to this fight. Here, you want to do a big jump and do a full combo on this thing. And then you can keep wailing on his body for some extra orange MP, just in case. And then skip this cutscene. Now, there was actually a new strat developed for this fight, because this fight used to be very RNG. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. Because in this run, what I do is I guard this attack. This is the old strat. And then I do an Rs on this part right here to break it. I do a full combo here. And an extra hit. And there's a chance after you break the first body part for him to completely split apart. And if he splits apart, it loses a minimum of 15 seconds. So I ended up losing 18 seconds on this fight because of RNG. However, there was a new strat developed by Gatordrick. Shoutouts to that guy. that gets rid of the RNG if you kill the parts in a certain way. So I'm going to go record that and show you guys what I mean. Alrighty, so I have recorded the new opposite armor strat. I will try my best to explain because it is a little complicated. It'll take you a bit of practice in order to learn this. But it is definitely worth it because it gets rid of all of the RNG. Well, not all of it, but the big RNG that loses 15 seconds. Here I'm just setting up my MP at the beginning of my save to be like around where it would normally be in a run. And so for this combo, again, you want to be like away from the main body so that you're only doing damage to the hand so that you don't get chip damage. Because, yeah, right there I was too close, and because my Keyblade was hitting the main body and the arm at the same time, I was doing chip damage. And then you can build up a little more MP while he's down. So at the beginning here, you want to guard. And then right when you start your R's on the arm here, you want to lock on. And then switch your lock on with L2 twice after the 5th hit. And this is the hardest part, in my opinion, because counting 5 hits, you can either do this like visually by looking at the HP bar, or for me, I do better with audio cues. So I just memorize the audio cue essentially to get the timing down. But yeah, I was even messing this up a lot in practice, so I'm going to have to practice some more later. But yeah, after 5 hits, you want to lock on switch twice. So I lock on right here before the first hit connects. And then after the 5th hit, I lock on switch twice. And then after, like when you see Sora waving his Keyblade very high in the air, you want to lock on switch again. And right there I messed up. I think I mistimed the first couple lock-ons. But the strat still worked. Normally, when you do this, you're supposed to lock on, like when you lock on switch, you're supposed to lock onto this part, I believe. Yeah, instead of being on the left side, you're supposed to swing to the right. But even if you mess up, there is like a chance you'll still get it. So yeah, after the first arm breaks, you want to do another R's on the second arm. And then once both arms are broken, you can focus on the other 2 parts. And best case scenario is he will lunge at you again, and you can parry or guard. Parrying is faster and more consistent here. And if you get the parry, you can kill the rest of the pieces faster. Unfortunately, I missed this, so he's probably going to go into cannon phase here. And this makes it a lot harder to kill the pieces, since you'll be doing chip damage. And he can get away from you very often. If this happens, swing through the cannon with 1 swing, land on the ground, and then continue your air combos from there. And then after you break the second one, you can focus on the main body. If you see a stagger after breaking the second one, like if he flinches backwards, you want to wait until his animation is done, because he'll be invincible, just like during the guard armor fight. Let's see if this attempt is better. So guard, lock on as you're starting R's. Yeah, so that was better. You want to lock on switch twice. Sora will move to the right. And, okay, after that big hit, like after he puts his Keyblade down for the last hit, then you lock on switch to this hand. Okay, so I was kind of describing it incorrectly. But yeah. After, so let's go over that again. Sorry. So guard, when you start your R's on this hand, lock on. After the 5th hit, lock on switch twice with L2. After Sora slams down, lock on switch once. And then complete the bashes on this arm. Once the other arm breaks, start up another R's. And then sometimes opposite armor can be annoying here and fly around. You'll just have to try to catch him in the air as he's moving around, but it's tough. Like, he moves very unpredictably here, unfortunately. And usually after he moves around, he can either lunge or most likely he'll go into cannon phase. And again, you want to swing through this once, land on the ground to reset your combo. And this will let you home in on the other pieces more consistently. Like so. So like jump forward a bit after you swing through the cannonball. And he'll shoot at you like a total of 3 times, and then he'll try to put himself back together. If you get a lock-on onto his head, just lock-on switch to the main body, because if you're locked onto the head, Sora will miss his attacks very often. So let's see if we get another good attempt here, just to show like the different things that can happen. Yeah, so that was a good opening. Another R's, of course. He's flying around again. Okay, yeah, so right there, he did a lunge, and I'm able to parry. And that lets me kill this piece so much faster. So that's the better RNG. That was a much better fight, much faster fight. But it is random whether he lunges or goes into cannon phase. And more often than not, at least in my practice session, he went into cannon phase way more. So let's look at it one more time. Because this is a very tricky fight. You'll definitely have to practice this a lot. But it is consistent. At least the first phase, like the RNG skip, it is consistent. If you're able to get the lock-on switch timing down. So right there, I was too far to the left, yeah. So I don't, I think that happens if I try to lock on switch too soon. I'm actually not entirely sure. I think when you lock on switch too soon, Sora will be facing to the left instead of the right. And then your positioning won't be good enough to break the first hand. Yeah, right there. Yeah, so that was too soon. I locked on switched after the 5th hit instead of the 6th. It is very precise timing. So that was too early. And that's why this hand didn't break, and then he splits apart, and that loses 15 seconds. Yeah, so that was perfect. You just have to delay it a little more than the last attempt that I did. Another parry. He can also parry immediately after you break the second arm, or he can fly around, or he can go straight into cannon phase. So right here is what I'm talking about. When I say, like, if you get a stagger, you have to wait, this is what I mean. So you'll see, so right there, he staggered. And then when I break this piece, he also staggers right there. And during this stagger, he's completely invincible. So just wait for him to get back into position before you start attacking. So right there. Like when his head gets back on is when he's vulnerable. And then you can actually skip this cutscene super early. Like while it's fading out. Which hopefully I show off here. I don't remember if I do. Yeah, so as soon as you see the command menu start moving upwards, so right there, that's when you can start skipping this. This is the weirdest cutscene skip in the whole game. But you can skip it that early. And then skip this right after. But yeah, that is the updated opposite armor strat. It skips the separation RNG. Makes the fight way more consistent. You won't lose 15 plus seconds anymore. Instead, you might lose like 5 seconds, maybe 10 if he like flies around a lot. But it is a lot better now than the old strat, which was just to hope and pray. But definitely practice this, make a save. If you're on PC, the way I made a save here is by using the Save Anywhere mod, and you can save right before the keyhole, which is really nice, and that definitely helps with practice a lot more. Yeah, moving on to the world record run again. So after skipping the cutscene, you want to jump on the side of the fountain here, and then jump upwards. You can actually glide over this ledge, or you can just jump straight onto it. Talk to Sid. Skip through the text, and then there's a couple cutscenes after. And then another cutscene after this. Skip through the text, and then after that pop-up, you can immediately roll and go to the accessory shop and leave through the save points. And there's no Gummi menu here, just skip through the text.
I'm feeling pretty dead inside. After that fight.
Skip through this text and warp straight to Neverland. Yeah, I was not happy during that part, losing 18 seconds. And then quit out of here, go to the world map, and go to Hollow Bastion. Here,
Do you recommend playing this with keyboard?
so I'm gonna
Or controller?
turn this VOD down so I can hear myself. Hold square the entire time up until a certain point that I will mention. So keep holding square here to boost. If you don't have a gun, you'll have to like actually like move around to dodge things. If you have a gun though, you can just stay in the center, hold the gun and your booster. Okay, right here. As the screen is transitioning, don't hold the boost button. Don't hold square until it fully transitions. Like once you see this rock is when you can start boosting again. Because during that transition, you're actually not moving. The game is just loading the next area. And then after this, you can keep boosting until the very end. If you don't have a gun, there's actually a safe spot here. If you go to the very top right, nothing can hit you. If you hug the top right corner, nothing will hit you. And then once you see the like the square panels at the end, right before Hollow Bastion, you can move towards the center. Okay, just keep boosting until the very end here. Alright, then enter the world. Skip through this text. After you skip through that last text box, you can hold back on your left analog stick. and make your way across these platforms. You can glide across right there. Jump straight up right here. You could also glide up here if you're a little bit late, and this is a little higher. Glide will help you get over more consistently. Jump up here, and instead of going up the next platform, just drop straight down into the water, because that's where the cutscene trigger is, and just roll forward. Skip this cutscene. The game will do a long load to set up your party and your inventory. It'll take your Keyblade away and give you the wooden sword, and Beast will be in your party. Grab this ledge. That ledge can be a bit finicky. Sometimes Sora won't grab it, so just pay attention. This is one of the few load zones where you can just dodge roll straight into it, and it'll activate immediately. So unlike most doors, if you roll into most load zones, you have to wait until your dodge roll animation is fully finished. But here, you can just roll into it immediately, and it'll trigger the elevator here to pick you up. And then drop straight down. Press R3 while you're falling to flip the camera around. This is very important in order to set up the camera angles in the next two rooms going forward. After you press R3, preset gravity in your magic menu while you're falling as well. And then roll into this bubble.
You can control the camera with the mouse.
Open this up with Beast. Roll to the next bubble. And this puzzle right here is pretty straightforward. Do a few rolls to this button.
Yeah, the mouse is the camera.
Activate this button, or this switch.
Bruh.
Activate the next switch. And then you're going to do a dodge roll backwards. Jump over that. Activate this switch. Then jump into this bubble. If you set up your camera angle correctly while falling down like I showed, the next switch will be to your right. So just hold right and mash triangle.
Mouse controls the camera on PC.
And then the camera angle here will also be determined by how you fell down into the water area. So if you set up the camera correctly, you just hold forward here. If you set it up incorrectly, you're going to have to hold back. So that's why I say it's important, like while you're falling down, to press R3. Yeah, hold forward here. There's going to be a defender that spawns. Just jump and use one gravity from your command menu. And afterwards, just mash triangle to command Beast to attack. And only do this while you're in the air. Only mash triangle in the air to prevent yourself from using Rs by accident. Because you need your MP for the next fight. And then Beast should hopefully kill. If he doesn't, just keep mashing triangle and jumping. Eventually Beast will do his job. Sometimes he takes a while, and that's okay. Well, not really, but yeah, activate that switch, and then you can roll off of this ledge and glide into the bubble. That's the most consistent way to do that I've personally found. And then hit the switches again, but in the opposite order. So that one, and then jump over and hit this one. You want to be in that specific camera angle so that you can just go forward from there and then back to this bubble. And then roll this way and jump into this bubble. Now this movement is interesting. this is what I do. So while I'm rolling through these dark balls, you want to roll past these dark balls to despawn them and go all the way to the corner, like where this switch is. But while you're rolling, you can press triangle. As you can see on my command, on my controller display, I'm pressing triangle after every roll to hopefully command Beast to follow me. Sometimes you get stuck like behind a rock. But the reason I do this is because if Beast follows you, it actually turns the command menu blue faster. Before, like after the dark balls finish despawning, it turns the command menu blue faster, and then you can activate the switch faster. It's important here to not roll to the switch too early though, and wait until you see this like purple mist, which indicates that they fully despawned. And then you can start moving towards the switch. If you roll forward too early, they won't finish despawning and they'll just teleport to you. If that happens, it's not the end of the world. You can, I'd recommend using fires and then relying on Beast to finish the job. There's only 3 dark balls there, so it's not too bad. And then just roll towards the castle gates here. You can ignore this defender and just trigger the cutscene. And this fight is tricky, but I did come up with a new strat. It's not in this PB, but I will show the new strat after this. This was my old strat, which was not super consistent. But basically, here I tried to like command my party while rolling to like this corner to bait Riku into the corner. And then my goal here is to trap Riku into the corner while Goofy, like, parries him. Unfortunately, the strat only works occasionally. And I end up losing, like, 15 seconds here. But the goal is to hit Riku with your air combos, use R's when you can, and hopefully Goofy uses Tornado. And you can, like... If you combine your R's with Goofy Tornado, it keeps Riku stun locked for a while, and you can put in a lot of damage.
What is happening?
Yeah. Unfortunately, this fight was bad, but I'm going to show you a much better strat. Yeah, so that was pretty bad. Thankfully, I have a new strat for Riku 1, which is much more consistent on average. It can still be bad sometimes, but it is way more consistent on average and doesn't lose as much time if you get a bad fight. And this is the fire strat. So basically at the start here, you want to lock on immediately, jump, and use a fire without moving forward. I don't know why I'm holding forward here. Actually, no, you actually can hold forward, just don't get too close to Riku, otherwise he'll do a lunge attack, and that'll mess things up. But it's okay to... You can not move your left analog stick too, and that would be fine. But basically, do a fire ASAP. As soon as the fight starts, do a jumping fire on Riku. And he will react in 2 different ways to this. He'll either back up and do a spin, or he will do a downward slash. This is the spin, I believe. If he does a spin, walk to the right here. Actually, let me fast forward to the end. I think I get a better fight here. Okay, yeah, so I guess you do want to be holding forward, sorry. I'm so forgettable. But yeah, you can hold forward, but do like the smallest possible fire hop that you can, so that you don't end up being too close to him. But yeah, he'll back up and do the spin. You can walk to his right. After he spins, or as he's spinning, start up your R's and mash the heck out of triangle. This will command Donald and Goofy to position themselves next to you, and it will consistently parry him as you're doing this first R's. As he's getting parried, you can do more bashes to put in more damage. If he gets parried a second time, which he probably will, stop your R's, let him break out and spin again, and then do one hit into R's, and then keep mashing triangle, and hopefully Goofy will continue to parry. And then Goofy's using Tornado here, which is good. And you can just keep wailing on him. If you parry him with your Keyblade, he'll back up, and you can just jump forward to catch him. If you parry him, he'll back up. If Goofy or Donald parries him, he'll spin instead. And then typically after his spin, like if he gets parried and he spins, he usually jumps really high in the air, and you can catch him as he's falling. So that's a big opening. But yeah, this is the first version of the fire strat where he spins. And then I also recorded the slash, or I call it the lunge, but it's the same thing. Let's back up right here. Oops, too far. Okay, so right here, I'll show you what to do if it's basically the same strat, you just have to react slightly differently at the beginning with your positioning. So the second thing Riku 1 can do is do a downward slash. You just have to be ready for either pattern. So right here, he slashes. If he slashes immediately, move to the side to the right to avoid this attack. And then do an R's immediately. And then from there, it's basically the same thing. Just keep mashing triangle. Goofy will parry. Like right there. Keep doing bashes. If he hits you, or he gets parried, which both happened, do one hit into R's, like I did earlier. And he gets parried again, which that's what usually happens with this strat, is he gets parried again. And then from here, like if he breaks out from the corner, you basically have to wing it. If you see him lunging at you, just move to the side. I think Donald parried him, or Goofy. If he gets parried, he'll spin. Yeah, so he spun right there. And then you can hit him right out of it. You can parry him with Hurricane Blast if you're fast enough with your air combo. And then he'll back up, and you can catch him again. And there I parried him again, because my combos are very fast. Sometimes he'll break out of your combo, and you'll just have to chase him down. If you catch him in a corner, though, that's like ideal. Because then you can just continuously loop him in the corner, and then hopefully Goofy helps you with Tornado. That is, this is, in my opinion, the best Riku 1 strat to do. And honestly, I think even if you're new to this speedrun, you should be able to learn this strat pretty easily. This is the best, most consistent strat we have. Generally, though, this fight is one of the more inconsistent fights in the entire game. So hopefully the strat works for you. All right. So after Riku, you're gonna get a cutscene and then White Trinity. So just skip through this, press back and confirm because you want Sora, Donald, and Goofy in the party. Grab that ledge, go through the door. Dodge roll forward once and to the left and pick up the book. Mash triangle to put the book in. Dodge roll and hop over the ledge like so. You can dodge roll into the book right there instead of going on the table. You can just dodge roll into the book to pick it up. And then as you're pressing square, also press triangle right after to skip through the prompt. And then pick up this book. Keep mashing triangle to put in this book. And then you can push the button here to unlock the door. Roll to the door. And then here you're going to lock on and instantly jump and fire. You want to keep doing this for almost every candle, except for the last two. And then as you're casting the first fire, lock on switch to this candle and do the second fire. And then back up and hit the pot right there. You can dodge roll towards the second pot here and hit that. These pots can be a little tricky to hit since you can auto-lock onto the statue by accident, but it just takes some practice. And then dodge roll once, use 2 fires on each candle. Walk to the statue and do the red trinity. And again, you're going to dodge roll to the next two candles and do the same thing. Jump, lock on switch, and cast a second fire. This statue right here is weird. You have to push it all the way to the end, and it always takes a minimum of 2 pushes. If you see that Sora tries to push the statue in more than 2 times, that means Donald and Goofy are too close to you, and you need to back away from the statue, like get them away from it and try it again. Because sometimes, depending on your party member's position, it can cause Sora to not be able to push the statue. It's weird.
Ace, thank you so much for the 15-month resub.
And then again, you're going to dodge roll, but instead of doing jumping fires here, you're going to do two grounded fires.
Welcome back to the show.
The reason we do jumping fires for all the other candles is so we're moving towards the next objective while we're casting the magic. But since this is the last thing we have to do, it's faster to do it on the ground. There is a pretty precise trick you can do here, where basically instead of doing grounded fires, you can do 2 aerial fires, and then right before the last fire hits the candle, you can start gliding towards the center here, but you have to do it completely blind without being able to see. It's called liquid glide, and it's honestly not worth going for. Because if you miss it, it loses like 30 seconds and only saves like a couple seconds. So I'm not even going to bother talking about it in this tutorial, but just play it safe and do what I'm doing in this video.
Away from your pair of black shades. Thank you so much.
And then glide onto this. Mash triangle as you're landing. Dodge roll to the left and drop down to that piece. Jump forward onto here and mash triangle as you're about to land. And then dodge roll once to the right. Jump up here and slide down a little bit to get some momentum. And then jump at around here. And jump towards the chest over here. The slide will give you more momentum and will let you jump a lot further than normal. And you know you did it correctly if you pass this ledge without touching it. Pick up this last chest. And then dodge roll towards the emblem door. And keep mashing triangle here to put in all of the pieces. skip this cutscene. Hold back right on your left analog stick while turning the camera to the right as well. And then, so I get these graphical glitches in PB because I'm still running on an older patch. This is back in like 2023. If you're on the latest patch of the game, you're not going to get this issue anymore. But yeah, just roll a couple times, and then I think I jump over this defender to not get hit. Yeah, that seems to be the most consistent for me. And then right here, shout outs to Rio Peace for finding this. Just lock on once, and well, actually, let me make sure. Or no, you want to lock on and lock on switch. So if you lock on, it'll lock on to the left wyvern. You want to lock on switch to the one in front of you. Use a stop, a gravity. Your gravity should still be preset from earlier. And you want to do all of these in the air. A stop, a gravity, and 2 fires while you're jumping up the stairs here. After the second fire, the wyvern should die after the stop wears off. And this gives you enough time to glide over here and glide to the haste 2G over here. And if you did this correctly, you should most of the time get an instant blue menu. So you should be able to open the chest as soon as you land. If you get unlucky, the other wyvern can still follow you, but it's not as common for that to happen. If that does happen, you need to back up away from this platform, like stand over here in this area. Wait for the wyvern to come to you, and just use some air combos to kill him. You don't want to waste any more magic at this point, because you need it for Dumbo skip later. So pick up the haste 2G, and then glide over this way. Land next to the switch and mash triangle. And then at that camera position, you want to hold back and left on your left analog stick while moving the camera to the right. And then move, dodge roll towards this switch right here and activate it. And then I like to stand on this line, like around these 2 triangles. I'm also presetting Dumbo in my summon menu for later, and making sure that I don't have any extra items here. If you have like a potion in your inventory, like a potion, a high potion, like stuff you don't need, this is a good place to use it since nothing's going on yet, and you won't lose time. You still want the ether that's in your inventory though. And then at some point, there's going to be a wizard that spawns. There's going to be 3 wizards that spawn in total. Okay, for the first wizard, as soon as this wizard spawns in front of you, you want to dodge roll away from it and command your party to attack it. Hopefully Goofy is nice and uses Tornado here. That's ideally what you want to happen. Sometimes Donald will screw you over and you stop. Or sometimes they'll just let the wizard live, which is also unfortunate, but what can you do? While they're doing their thing, attack this wizard with a full air combo. It should always kill. And then jump forward and try to catch this wizard with another air combo. Unfortunately, that happened because I was too late. Like, I dropped my combo and couldn't restart it in time. So the wizard broke out and started casting Thundaga. At this point, if this happens, you need to jump and press triangle while you're in the air, so that Goofy hopefully uses Tornado, since Tornado beats out the wizard's Thundaga. Which he does right there. But unfortunately, that's a pretty decent time loss if that happens. But it's okay. After that, activate the switch that appears in the middle and pick up as many MP bubbles as you can. And then after this, you can make sure that Dumbo's preset. It's good to be extra careful. Now here's there's a blue trinity here. It gives you 2 cottages and a mega elixir. If you're new to running this game, I would recommend picking this up. If you have a bit more experience, you can skip this. But most people would probably want to grab this. I don't. I actually skip it because I don't personally need it. Oh, and then another cool piece of movement. So after you grab that, or you don't, you dodge roll off of this ledge, and then before you touch the ground, start gliding. And that'll make you go through the load zone faster. And then activate that switch. Dodge roll to the next area. Dodge roll a couple more times and activate the switch. And here's where we're going to do Dumbo skip. Now, I see a lot of people struggle with this, but I have a really easy setup. It's very, very simple. All you want to do is dodge roll towards this area 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and then summon Dumbo immediately. And then as you're summoning Dumbo, hold... well, if you're using X as your back button, I hold X. If X is your jump button, press X. If circle is your jump button, hold circle. So whatever your jump button is. So hold your jump button, and Dumbo will start to rise right after you summon him. As you're rising, turn the camera around with R3. At least, hold on. Do I press R? I'm pretty sure I press R3. Yeah, press R3. As you're rising, start moving towards this ledge, but don't go under it. Just go right up to it. Right when you reach the bottom of this ledge, dismiss Dumbo. And Sora will always grab this as long as you're holding forward. It's really that simple. So let's go over that again. So you're going to go on this elevator, dodge roll 3 times, summon Dumbo, hold the jump button, press R3 as you're holding the jump button. As you reach the ceiling here, dismiss Dumbo and grab the ledge. And then here I recommend jumping towards the load zone. This will usually prevent you from getting hit by the wyvern, or sometimes a wizard can shoot blizzard at you. That jumping right there usually prevents you from getting hit there, although you can still get hit there if you're unlucky. Here, just dodge roll past the defenders. I delay that dodge roll past the second defender because you can sometimes do a very fast lunge forward. So I like to delay that to time it with his lunge, potentially. But right there, he decided to be more passive. Skip that cutscene. And this Maleficent fight is actually pretty easy. It will take practice. You still need like somewhat decent air combos, but the strat's pretty simple. You want to jump as high as you can and then glide onto the platform. As soon as you touch the ground, do 1 hit on Maleficent to stop her from moving and go straight into ours. Do all of the bashes except for the very last one, because the very last one will stagger her and make her disappear. So avoid doing the very last bash. And then from here on out, you want to do sets of 3 hit combos. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You're going to do this all the way until about half a bar of HP. I do a little bit more, but at around half a bar of HP is when you should have enough MP to do another Rs. And then that second Rs should kill. It's a very simple strat.
What's up, Peter? Thank you for the good luck.
Now, Dragon Maleficent has an advanced strat and a more beginner-friendly strat. If you're doing the beginner-friendly strat, I would recommend picking up the Blue Trinity from earlier to get that Mega Elixir, because you will be needing that for the beginner-friendly strat. But I'll be showing off the advanced strat first. That doesn't need any items.
I was on my best pace ever after Neverland, and then opposite armor cost me 17 seconds.
So skip that cutscene, and then at the beginning here, you want to mash the attack. Or actually, I don't mash. I think I time it. Yeah, so as soon as you see it transition into gameplay, time the first hit to hit her as she's rising up, like so. Sora will do an upper hand swing, and it'll always connect if you time it correctly. Jump and cast stop as she's coming down. You want her... So for the advanced strat, you want her head to be at a very specific point. You want it just high enough to trigger Donald's gravity attacks, but not too low, because then Donald will never cast gravity. So that's like perfect height right there, where her head is almost like level to the ground, like perpendicular. This is like perfect. So basically I'm going to do a full combo, 2 hits into a stop, and in between every stop, I'm also going to mash triangle to aggro Donald and Goofy onto the head. And Donald will cast a bunch of gravities to deal extra damage. And at a certain point, I'm going to do an extra hit before my stop, because she has to break out at some point. Otherwise, she'll break out early during one of the stops, and it'll basically ruin the whole fight. So 4, 1, 2, stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, stop. Okay, so for these combos, I actually count in my head like how many times I'm using stop, not counting the first stop. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. After the 4th stop, you want to do an extra hit and then stop. So that'll let her break out, and you know if she breaks out if her HP is in the green. So again, let me back that up and like try to do a better job explaining. So hit her at the beginning, stop her when she's at about there, and then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, stop, 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 and that's the 4th stop in the loop. And then you're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, stop to break her out. And then from here you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, stop, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just keep wailing on her. And that should kill. And if you see her HP is still like relatively high after she breaks out again, you can stop her again. You will have enough MP. But because Donald used so many gravities, I knew this would kill if I just kept willing on her. And let's count how many gravities Donald does. So that's 1 gravity, 2 gravities, 3 gravities. Four gravities. Yeah, so those 4 gravities really make a difference. Saves like 2 to 3 seconds at least. The gravities aren't required. Again, if Donald doesn't do a lot of gravities, you can do an extra stop at the end and finish the fight just fine. But yeah, that's just a very precise optimization with Donald. I do have the beginner-friendly strat recorded. Okay, so here is the beginner-friendly version of Dragon Mail, and you're going to need the Blue Trinity from earlier, so that you have a Mega Elixir in your inventory. It's going to be automatically placed in your inventory. You don't have to like menu it in. So this is pretty similar to the advanced strat, except you're going to do 1 less hit before every stop. So just like before, at the beginning of this fight, you want to do a hit. Right there at the beginning, and then jump and stop as she's coming down. And then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 stop, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 stop. And when your MP is out, use a Mega Elixir on the ground. And then do another hit into a stop. So I do 2 hits into a stop. Because if you do 2 hits, she'll break out, which you want her to do. So after the Mega Elixir, you do 2 hits into a stop. And then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 stop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 stop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 stop. And after this, you can just keep wailing on her, and she should die. I don't know why my VOD froze like that. Yeah, after the Mega Elixir, when you're at 2 bars of MP, then you can just keep wailing on her, assuming you did everything else correctly. Thank you, VLC Media Player, for freezing on me. Yeah, let's go over that one more time, just so it's clear. So at the beginning, hit her as she's going up. Jump and use a stop. You're going to jump over the shockwave. That's why we jump. And then stop her as her head comes down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 stop. 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 Use a Mega Elixir. 1, 2, stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 stop. And then just wail on her. It's a good idea to make a save right before this fight so that you can practice. Because it is, even with the beginner friendly strat, it is pretty hard fight to learn, like no matter what strat you're doing. And especially the advanced strat that I do.
That was really good.
And then after that is Riku Ansem, which is one of the hardest fights in the game. And I'll be showing off 3 different strats for this fight. So there's like a very hard strat, there's like a medium hard strat, and then there's a beginner friendly strat that you can do. But they're all tricky, they're all going to require some level of practice.
I might also get roped into some more lethal company tonight and wake up late tomorrow. So
Okay, just keep rolling towards the fight. I'm going to show the advanced strat first, so. The beginning here is always consistent.
game is just too fun, man.
So at the start here, you want to do 2 air hits. The second one will always stagger. As he's staggering, you want to back up and let him spin. And as he's spinning, you want to start up R's. And don't do any bashes. Let him break out and do another spin. Do 2 hits on the ground. The second one will stagger. And then back up and do another R's as he's spinning. And then from here, he'll either start charging up and going into a second phase, or he'll break out. But just keep wailing on him. He will eventually start powering up like this. And if you time your combos perfectly, you can catch him right before, or right when he's about to attack. You can stagger him out of this, but it's super duper precise. I don't even know if I get the stagger. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't get the stagger. I parry his disc. And then he usually spins if that happens. But you can stagger him out of the spin if you're precise enough. So once you stagger him, keep doing air combos, and he will eventually break out with a spin. That's because you'll hit his revenge counter, which is always set to 4 attacks. Or 4 staggers, I guess. For this super advanced strat, you can actually squeeze in an extra hit at the start before you start staggering him. So if you do a quick overhead swing and then an underswing, you can stagger him with the second hit right there. And then do 3 more hits to trigger his revenge. And then it's always going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Oh, you can keep doing the 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, but I play it risky. And when he's about, when he's at less than half a bar of HP, I back up and use an R's like in the first phase. I don't recommend doing that. It's very risky, and I'm pretty sure it's RNG whether he breaks out of your R's or not. So I don't even know why I did it. But yeah, once you get the loop going, it's very simple. It's just the execution of doing these short hop combos is really hard. And sometimes you can start the combo with an underswing, and that'll make him break out too. So the first hit of every combo has to be an overhead swing. Because if you get an underhand swing, the second hit won't stagger him, and he'll break out and DM you. Which is his DM means desperation move, where he uses Dark Aura and he's invincible. And you want to avoid that because it loses 20 seconds. But yeah, after he powers up and you get an opening, you can start doing the loop. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And if you want to play it ballsy, if you see him under half a bar of HP, you can do 1, 2. And then hold back on your left analog stick. I like to make sure I see Sora turn around before I use R's, so that I can R's through his spin. But again, I don't recommend doing this strat. It's a dumb strat. It only works like half the time. So I would just keep doing the air combo loop, honestly. It's not even a big time save from R's. It saves like a second at most. So definitely don't recommend. On to the easier strats though. I'm going to show I'll show the easiest strat first, the beginner friendly strat. Let's see. Yeah, the ground combo strats. I was actually struggling with this strat for some reason, because I'm just used to being fast. But I eventually got it down, so I can explain how it works. So at the beginning, you're going to do pretty much the same combos. Like I said, the beginning is pretty consistent, but instead of doing 2 air hits, I do 2 ground hits here. So walk forward, do 2 ground hits. After the second hit, back up and use an Rs as he's spinning. Don't do any bashes. Let him break out and use his spin attack. After he spins, do 2 more ground attacks. Let him break out and do a spin and do an Rs while he's spinning. And then here you can keep doing bashes. He'll power up. And then you want to find an opening. You can either guard. He can do 2 things. He can either throw his disc at you, or he'll like start running to the side, or he'll try to like slash at you. You just have to react to what he does. Right here, I guard his disc. He spins, and you can catch him after the spin. And apparently I don't go for that opening. Okay, if you see him jump backwards, that means he's going to do a slash forward. So if you see him jump backwards like this, get behind him as he's slashing, and that's the easiest opening. Oh, sorry, it's when he jumps to the side. When he jumps back, he's going to do the disc combo. When he jumps to the side like this, he's going to do a slash. And then you want to get behind him. And you want to do 1, 1, 2, 3. And this is the hard part. To catch him again, you want to wait until his keyblade is like horizontal, like perpendicular to the ground. Before you, like, this is when you start swinging. I swung like a bit early there. So like, yeah, I started swinging like when I see Riku's keyblade come down, basically, if that makes sense. Yeah, when I see it come down. It is tricky. This is definitely not an easy loop whatsoever. It's easier than the air combo loop, because air combos are just hard to time in general. But once you practice this enough, you'll get into a good rhythm with your ground combos, and you'll be able to time it pretty consistently. You just have to get into the correct rhythm. But for a good visual cue, I like to look at his keyblade. Like, when it's coming down is when I start attacking. Yeah, so remember, when he jumps back, that's his disc throw. You could probably guard it there. I don't know why I didn't. If he jumps back, it's going to be disc. If he jumps to the side, it's going to be the slash. If he jumps to the side, get behind him. And then do 1, 1, 2, 3. Just keep repeating this combo. Like, it looks pretty simple, right? But it's going to take a lot of practice. A good medium difficulty strat is this one. This is going to be the same opening that I did in my PB, where you're going to do 2 air hits, let him break out, and Rs through his spin. Don't do any bashes, let him spin again. Do 2 hits, back away, let him spin, and do an Rs through his spin. Keep wailing on him. Sometimes he'll break out with a spin. You can just keep hitting him, and he'll eventually power up. You can time your air combo there to parry his disc as well. Yeah, after you hit his revenge, instead of doing an extra hit at the start, what you can do is do a 4-hit combo. Unfortunately, I failed the timing, so let's go to the next attempt. Oops. So the opening is always the same. It never changes. Oh, right there, see, I staggered him right when he was about to attack. And my visual cue for this is actually when Sora is like fully turned around. As you can see, you'll see in a little bit on my controller display. I'm constantly holding backwards on my left analog stick after I do my finisher. And then when Sora's fully turned around is when I start the next combo. Or like almost fully turned around. You can also use his Keyblade as a visual cue like before. But yeah, you just have to get into the correct rhythm, and it'll take some practice, but I believe in you. You can get this down. It's not too bad. So that's the medium difficulty strat. I definitely recommend starting with the ground combo loop. It is the most beginner friendly, and then like work your way up from there. The most important thing is to skip his desperation move. That's like a really, really big time waster. After Riku Ansem here, you're gonna get a cutscene, or you're gonna get Ragnarok. You just mash triangle and circle here. Or, sorry, triangle and X if you're playing with normal controls. And then you can skip that cutscene in the black after, like, a certain amount of time.
Because it is a co-op game, but also it's funny to, like, when you die, it's funny to see, like...
Alright, and then skip that cutscene. And just take the path that I'm taking. It's very easy.
Survival, kinda horror game.
Drop down here and go this way.
Like, go into a base and find some items to sell.
Drop down here. And then here you want to hold right on your left analog stick and just fall down right here. Don't turn at all. Because your position of the character here is going to determine the camera angle going into the next room. So you want to be facing to the right as you're falling. And then you can hold back left and go this way.
That can kill you.
You want to be facing left as you're entering that load zone.
And it's a game you play with your friends online, and it has...
And then try to go at this one, like, straight on. Mash through the text here.
Chat is what makes the game really fun. And there's also a lot of mods to improve the game even further.
And then here, you want to jump on this lion head. And then jump forward again. Or I guess it's not a lion head, a dragon head, whatever. And then jump forward off of that. Do as big of a jump as you can. And then it should fade out right there. Fade to black. And this is the most important part of the run. You want to skip this cutscene before Donald bonks your head. Unfortunately, I got bonked right there, so my entire run is invalid.
So
I don't make the rules.
you with your friend's voice.
Skip that cutscene. After that cutscene,
Like yesterday,
you want to hold right. After skipping that cutscene, hold right on your left analog stick and mash square.
like yes,
And it'll put you at the door. Jump over this ledge. Dodge roll a few times. 4 times specifically.
died in a pit or something. But
And then roll up these stairs.
still talking with Dustin's voice. So I thought he was,
Jump a couple times up to Sid and talk to him.
and then I fell to the bottom as well.
It's going to fade to black, and then you can
Lethal Company's
keep dodging to the right. You want to go to the second district.
the best $10 I've ever spent. So
Dodge roll a couple times and jump over this ledge. And through that door. Roll forward. Oh, okay. If you're on English, this route is going to be a bit different. After talking to Sid, if you're on English, if you're not on JP, rather, after talking to Sid, you want to go into the accessory shop and warp to Merlin's house, to the magician's study. Talk to Merlin and have him send you to the waterway. If you're on JP, this will be open since you opened it earlier with Red Trinity, and it's faster to go this way. Swim your way here. Skip that cutscene.
yeah, it's not really a fun game to play solo.
Dodge roll to Kyrie. Skip all of the text.
Played with friends.
Skip that cutscene. You'll get Oathkeeper.
If you get like a party of 4 people or more, it's fantastic.
Skip this cutscene. And then dodge roll up to the magician's study.
The player cap, so you can have like up to 30 people.
Jump up to this platform and dodge roll to the save point. Back out of there. Go to the world map. Go to the accessory shop. Do 1 dodge roll, exit the accessory shop, and go talk to Sid again.
Yeah, I grew up playing a lot of Call of Duty, and I still play.
It'll fade out at the end here, and then you can dodge roll to the accessory shop and leave to the gummy ship. And there's going to be 1 more gummy menu here after you skip this text. Mash square after the text. Press confirm a couple times. As it's fading in, you want to be holding right so that it starts cycling through the pieces immediately. You're going to press it down on the D-pad right after that to go to the Haste 2G and just place it on the opposite side right here on the right. And press the options button or the start button if you're on Xbox to exit the gummy menu. Save the gummy ship, go back, and exit. And then click on this warp hole right here. And there's another cool little skip right here.
I've been playing a decent amount of.
So keep holding square to boost. Enter the warp hole.
And I'm still grinding for the mastery camo in multiplayer.
Keep holding square.
The SMG challenges are so bad because you have to hit.
Not me talking about Call of Duty.
first and then kill them with your SMG
Yeah, keep holding square to keep boosting.
per SMG.
Keep dodging everything. At this point, stop holding square because this is another load. It'll load into the next area and you won't be moving. So save your boost for after it fully loads in. When you see this rock is when you can start boosting again without wasting time. And then keep holding square from here. Keep boosting.
Damn, Peter.
Keep boosting. And then right here, when you see it fully fade into a different background, you can pause and quit out of the Gummi mission. And as you're quitting, you'll see these purple panels like fade in. That means you quit at the right time. If you don't see the purple panels fade in, it means you quit out too early and this trick is not going to work. If you quit out at the right time, you can just back out and warp straight to Hollow Bastion now. And then you can disembark.
Welcome back, Dom.
Skip through all of this text, and you're going to swap Donald for Beast by pressing confirm, confirm, back, confirm. And then you want to start, this is very important, especially if you skipped the Blue Trinity from the first Hollow Bastion visit. It is very vital that you do this platforming as quickly as possible, because you have a very tight cycle to make. As you're doing the second dodge roll here, open your menu. And you want to replace stop in your shortcuts with gravity. You want to equip Leaf Bracer on Sora. Unequip Beast's top ability and equip Critical Plus, which is his bottom ability. For Goofy, equip his bottom 3 abilities. And unequip Tornado. For Donald, equip Cheer and Leaf Bracer. And then replace Fairy Harp with Oathkeeper. Then make your way up here. As you're jumping onto this platform, you saw that I quickly preset Dumbo in my command menu. And then as that platform is about to rise up, you can do a big jump and glide over this ledge. But unfortunately, I jumped off of the moving platform too early and I couldn't make it over. If this happens, you can still make the cycle.
Really, dude?
And I'll show you how right here. So jump up here, and quickly, right after you land, jump again and start gliding to this chest. Open the chest as quickly as you can. And immediately jump off of the edge there, start gliding. And right when you're at the edge right here, do an attack to get over the ledge. If you don't get the ledge grab that I accidentally got earlier, you'll make it so fast here that you don't even have to swing. You'll just be able to land on it easily. And then you want to jump to here and up to here. If you got the Blue Trinity earlier, you don't need to get that Mega Elixir chest, by the way. It's only if you skip the Blue Trinity, you need that Mega Elixir to make up for it. And dodge roll through this load zone. And this Dumbo skip is actually much more tricky than the first one.
Lost 17 seconds to opposite armor orange.
But the setup is relatively simple. So dodge roll forward 2 times. And then you want to slightly inch yourself forward onto this square to spawn one wizard. And as soon as the wizard spawns, get off of the square, like turn back. So this square right here, like in the middle of this square is the spawn trigger for the wizard and all of the other enemies. So right there, I inched forward and went back immediately. This will only spawn one enemy. If you stay on that square for too long, you'll spawn a bunch of red nocturnes that will chase you down and ruin your life. So after that, dodge roll up to here and land on this ledge. And summon Dumbo immediately. And there is a consistent way to despawn this wizard. First, you want to rise by holding your jump button. Dismiss Dumbo when you're near the top. Sora will grab the ledge. And then here you want to dodge roll forward one time. And do a big jump and glide out to the left while mashing triangle to get your party to follow you. So you want to glide to the left here past this laser right here. And you see on my controller display, I'm mashing triangle to get Beast and Goofy to follow me. And this will make the wizard despawn every time. This despawn is 100% consistent if you do the correct movement. And if you do it quickly. And I got the instant blue menu. If you don't get a blue menu, just land by the switch and wait until it turns blue. The wizard will still despawn. It'll just despawn like 5 seconds later. And then dodge roll to the switch. Now this fight has completely different enemies, but we can utilize Beast's Roar here. And we can manipulate him by getting him onto this triangle right here.
Being said, this run still has a lot of potential, so...
And you can like push him onto it, get him as close to the center of this triangle as possible. And then position yourself between the center and Beast. As soon as you see the enemy spawn, there's going to be a wizard that spawns directly in the center. You want to jump and use a gravity and mash triangle while locked onto that wizard. What Beast is supposed to do is focus on that wizard. You'll do a jump and then a roar to kill hopefully everyone around you. Another thing that can happen, though, is after you use gravity and command Beast towards the wizard, there can be an air soldier that'll try to attack either you or Beast, and you just need to be ready for that, and potentially to parry the air soldier in the air. But that's going to take practice. It's very hard to react to, and I fail this like all the time. So by locking and unlocking, I can get myself in a better position to be ready for the air soldiers. Thankfully, this run, they seem to be more passive. So Beast ends up killing all of them.
Thank you.
And then you can pick up a bunch of MP bubbles here too. I don't really think it matters, but just to be safe.
Beast W, if you ask me.
And then this would be another good time to like use any extra items that you picked up. Of course, saving your ether. And then also make sure Dumbo is still preset in your summon menu. And then do the same movement towards the switch, and then you're going to do the same Dumbo skip as earlier. Like before, 3 dodge rolls, summon Dumbo, hold the jump button, press R3, dismiss Dumbo, grab the ledge, jump into the load zone, dodge roll past the defender. Here I recommend touching the save point to refill on everyone's MP. And here, you want to be very careful. I've lost runs in this room. Jump, trust me, jump over this defender every time. No matter what. Otherwise, he will knock you off, and you'll have to do Dumbo skip again. And that's not fun. This time, instead of dodging to the center, you want to dodge to the left here and jump over this wall. It is slightly faster. Jump onto this ledge over here. And onto here, and onto here.
Loses 45.6 seconds to JP.
This this behemoth strat relies on both your R's damage and on Beast's roar damage. And to maximize Beast's roar, you want to lock on and roll to the right as Behemoth is jumping towards you at the beginning here. As you're rolling and jumping onto Beast's back, you want to key mashing triangle to command Beast towards the horn. And then do 2 hits into an R's. Do all of the bashes except the last one. And then you can do another hit there into another R's. Do all of the bashes except for the last one. And then get in as many air hits as you can when you're coming down. And eventually you'll either get parried or like he'll put his head up, signifying that he's not stunned anymore. And then you're going to have to practice the dodge roll timing here because it's pretty tight. You need to dodge roll through the lightning here to not get hit. And then again, you want to jump up while commanding your party towards the horn. Do 2 hits here. Actually, don't do any hits. You want to wait to see what Behemoth is going to do. Because he can either start charging his orbs, or he can do a lunge, like a jump attack. Here he does a jump attack. If he's doing a jump attack, you want to wait on like the right side where his horn is connected. And as he is doing the jump attack, you want to R's through it. Like so. If you time it correctly, you won't fall off, but sometimes you will. If you don't time it correctly. And you can do all of the bashes except for the last one. If you get unlucky and Goofy and Beast don't give you MP, this is where you would use that ether that you still have. Which I have to do, of course. If you see Behemoth's head moving around like this, stop doing your bashes and just back up so you don't fall. Unfortunately, I got greedy and I fell off. And then if you have enough MP, you can do another R's as his head is coming back up.
Why couldn't you just give me an ether?
Now, if he's charging his orbs, you can do an R's right away and just repeat everything that I did. If he's charging, you can aggro him more, essentially. Actually, let me see if I have a run where I get the other pattern. Yeah, so right here he does the jump again. And then sometimes if you get very lucky, you can get another stun on him. And then if that's the case, you just do another R's. That's a very, very good fight.
That's a lot better than...
I want to find a fight where he charges his orbs, though. Okay, so right here, if he charges his orb, do one hit into ours. And do all of the bashes except the last one, and back up after this so you don't fall. And stand on his left leg. If you do this, him shooting the orbs will not damage you or cause you knockback. For some reason, you don't take damage when you're on this leg at this specific spot. After he starts putting his head down, you can jump back onto his back. And R's right before the orbs are about to hit you. Again, do all of the bashes except the last one. And another hit into R's should kill. So that's the other pattern. It's pretty simple. And that is Hollow Bastion. You're going to get Omega Arts from this, which is a very good accessory. You want to skip this cutscene?
Blue pixels happen with NVIDIA 30 series.
Skip through this text. And then there's going to be an unskippable cutscene. You cannot skip this cutscene on any version of KH1. You can't skip this part either. So yeah, unfortunately you have to watch it. And skip through this text, you'll get Firaga.
Good question, Oren.
And then as you're dodge rolling to the save point, you want to open your menu and replace Ray of Light with Omega Arts. And then leave to the Gummi ship.
Because this me guy has to be stopped.
And then you want to go to End of the World.
He keeps getting all the world records.
Hold square here. And this is the same. This is going to be the same as before. After your first boost, don't boost again until the next section loads. So right there, when you see these rocks fade in, you can start boosting again, and then you can hold your boost until the very end. And there's a very specific path that I take here, since these enemies are a lot stronger. You can manipulate them to move a certain way. Basically, they'll track your movements like very slowly, and you can get them out of the way if you move like... Basically, I move very slowly to the bottom left here, and then very slowly start rising, and then they're out of the way for when I need to go through that hole. Otherwise, those enemies will like two-shot you, even on beginner. End of the World is pretty RNG heavy, so I'm going to try my best to explain, but a lot of this stuff is inconsistent. At the start here, you want to lock onto this invisible on the right. And then when the ring finishes closing, you want to do a gravity on each invisible. And then after that, hopefully, every single invisible gets hit by gravity. This is ideally what should happen. But again, this fight is inconsistent, and that doesn't always happen. You just have to pray that this does happen. And then you can R's all of them to kill them. Like, easy peasy, right? Easy fight. But sometimes, that won't happen, and instead, two different things can happen. This invisible can just completely ignore your gravities and break out of them. And if that happens, you want to hit him in the air once, use a gravity, and then R's him. And then hopefully the other ones will come say hello and get damaged by your R's. If they don't, you'll have to track them down and keep using air combos on them. The other thing that can happen, which is really annoying, is instead of locking on to the invisible on the right here at the beginning, the game will lock you on to the invisible in front of you. It's pretty rare for this to happen, but it can happen. If you get a lock on the invisible closest to you, instead of this one, when this ring closes, use 3 gravities on only this invisible, and hopefully the rest will just clump together. And then you're gonna do another R's to hopefully clean them all up. So that was like a perfect fight because I got lucky. And you will need to get lucky in this world to get pretty good times, unfortunately. This room is pretty interesting. It's full of invisible walls. Just pay attention to the path that I'm taking, because I am cutting a lot of corners here that unfortunately are not visible. But this just comes with experience. You'll just have to study this VOD and see where I'm moving. And if you want to play it safe, I do recommend picking up this chest after the Angel Stars fight. It contains an elixir, which you can use on Dark Side 3, which is after the first Ansem fight. If you don't think you need an elixir, and you do the air combo strat on Dark Side 3, you can skip this, because I'm going to be skipping this, and most top runners do. Before the Angel Stars fight, you're going to lock on and use gravities on each of them. After using... so I use one gravity on each of them, and then an extra gravity on the first one again, once I lock back on. And then finish all of them off with air combos. Sometimes you'll get a crit here, which I haven't talked about crits at all in this run because they're not really important in beginner. Except for this one fight where sometimes your finisher will do more damage and will allow you to kill the Angel Stars faster. Literally the only place where crits are relevant on beginner is this fight. And you know you got a crit when you see like a big circle appear, like when you do a finisher. But yeah, if you skip the elixir chest, you want to be here looking at this chest. This is forward, and the elixir chest would be behind where I'm standing. And I like to face this direction because it'll point me to the next area I need to go to. This is actually what the walls look like when they're visible, by the way. And then if you skip the Blue Trinity, you will have to get this chest. Like the Blue Trinity and Hollow Bastion. You'll have to get this chest, which has a cottage. If you get the Blue Trinity, you don't need this cottage necessarily, but you can still pick it up for safety. And here, after you pick up that chest, you want to use a cottage and menu in a Mega Elixir into your inventory. That's for the final rest fight.
Yeah, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it.
And then at the beginning here, dodge roll to this leg and then command your party to follow you. Make sure you're not locked on when you're doing this, and then lock on after you hear them coming. When Behemoth puts both of his legs down and his head starts to come down, or starts to rise back up, rather, you can start spamming gravities. Goofy will give you MP, and when you're at 3 bars after that, you want to jump onto his leg like before. Let him shoot his orbs, and then do an R's. Like jump and glide onto his back and do an R's right before the orbs hit you. And you can also dodge roll to get closer. And then do another hit into R's, and it should hopefully kill. And after you kill, get out of the way of the items that fall. Because sometimes you can get Omega Arts, and you actually want to avoid that. Because an extra Omega Arts doesn't help and clogs up your inventory later. Skip through this text. Dodge to the left here. Keep going forward. Then go down here. I am pre-selecting stop for final rest later, but I'll talk about that later because there are like multiple strats you can do there. Touch the save point to refill on MP and then head down the crater. And then keep going through these exit portals, but don't go into the pink ones. Like the pink lights. You only want to go into the blue ones. For this one, it's going to be Olympus Coliseum. Just spam Simba and summon him as quickly as possible without moving Sora at all. And as he's being summoned, hold triangle to start charging. And here, at the beginning, you want to do a 2-tick charge and let go of triangle. If you do this correctly, this will allow you to do full charges without any enemies hitting you. And you want to do 3 full charges. After that last full charge, the screen will flash and you can exit this room. Go through that exit. And then as you're dodge rolling to the next one, open your menu and replace Raven's Claw with Raven's Claw with Royal Crown, or not Royal Crown, freaking Ray of Light. Replace Raven's Claw with Ray of Light. Then make your way to the second blue portal, which will be Atlantica. You want to come forward here and use 5 fires on each Neon. Or I guess they're called sheltering zones. After the 5th fire, you can lock on switch before the enemy dies to start using fires on the next enemy. Like, as the 5th fire is coming out, before it hits the enemy, you can lock on switch to the next one. And then come forward a little bit. As the next enemies are spawning, you want to lock on and use gravity. It should always lock you on to, well, actually, you want to usually lock on to the one on the right first, but yeah, so that's actually what happened. Yeah, usually it'll lock you on to the one on the right. And then you want to lock on switch right after and lock onto the left one and use another gravity on that one. And then kill everything with fire. Sometimes you'll get lucky and those green guys, I forget what they're called. Those aqua soldier thingies will get damaged by your gravity as well, but it's rare. And then make sure the screen flashes here before you exit, otherwise you're going to have to redo this whole fight. And then make your way to the green portal, which will be 100 Acre Wood.
Sorry guys, I can't answer many questions right now. I have to focus.
Pick up this Mega Elixir chest, touch the save point to refill MP. Then go into this portal. This fight is a bit tricky, but you want to lock onto this invisible right in front of you and just keep spamming gravity. Hopefully all of them will clump up in front of you, and then you can finish them all off with R's. More often than not, though, there's going to be an invisible that jumps past your gravities. So you want to focus on that one immediately and do a hit into gravity. And then spam R's from there. So, yeah, if you get any stragglers, just do a hit into gravity and some air combos. Pick up that elixir. Mash through that text, and then as this circle is closing, lock on and do a gravity right when it closes. On this invisible, do one hit into gravity. Make sure the hit staggers, so don't do it too early. Do a hit, a stagger hit into gravity, and do another hit into gravity. Lock onto the other invisible, do an extra gravity, and then lock back onto the invisible closest to you and finish it off. The extra gravity on the other invisible sometimes will catch him if Donald is doing his job. Unfortunately, he was not doing his job this time. And if he flies to you, just finish him off with air combos. And then you can make your way out and dodge roll back into the hole to start the Chernobog fight. And for this fight, you probably want to master your air combos for stuff like this, but basically you're going to do a bunch of air hits and just avoid finishers for the most part because they're pretty slow. The only time you'd want to use an air finisher is if you know, like, if you know Chernobog's going to be too far away from you to start another combo, you would use a finisher for extra damage. But you'll see that I'm avoiding the finisher here on purpose. If he decides to fire pillar here, you want to leaf bracer through it. When he starts doing his fire breath, you want to get behind him and start doing more air hits without finishers. If you know your next attack is going to miss, don't do that attack. But again, that takes practice and knowledge. You just have to keep practicing to know like how he moves. I've just had so much experience, I can like pretty much predict how he's going to move. And then there's actually very important HP gates that you want to look out for. You'll see him do like this roar here, like he's getting mad. And you want to reach his green MP bar right like before he finishes this animation, this specific animation. Otherwise, he will do his big fire pillar attack and you'll have to leaf bracer through it like multiple times and it loses like 5 to 10 seconds. If you get to his green HP before he finishes this animation, he'll go into last phase, which is good. And you know he's in last phase if he does this roar right after. And this means he's about to push you away. And basically I do as many air hits as I can there. I did a finisher there because I thought I didn't have enough time to start another combo. But sometimes if you're fast enough, you can get an extra hit or two in. But yeah, he'll push you away. I recommend curing right after for safety. Actually, you can. I guess since it's a beginner, you don't have to, but usually I would cure in that scenario. For some reason, like in this run, I decided not to because I guess my HP was high enough. Okay, this combo is always consistent. You can do 3 hits into a full combo if you're fast enough. Yeah, so like that. And then when his head comes back down, you can do another air combo to kill him. If you're too slow and he still has a lot of HP left, he will start like shooting orbs at you. And you just need to make sure to heal when you're low on HP and just hit him as often as you can. He will eventually die. Like with the Leaf Bracer, you don't really have to worry about dying as long as you cure yourself when you need to. But after you kill Chernobog, start descending immediately and land on the volcano. Because that'll, if you do this, it'll put you right here, right after you skip the cutscene. You'll go into the next area immediately. And from this fight, you get Super Glide. Yeah, as you see, I'm like right there. And it just puts me in. And then as you're descending, equip Super Glide. And then go all the way to the bottom. You just have to memorize like which way to go. Then Super Glide to here, Super Glide to the next area. And for this third room, do a dodge roll before you Super Glide. As this fight is fading in, lock on and start gliding to the right of Behemoth. And then jump onto his leg. And you want to do 6 gravities, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I only do 5. I think you can get away with 6. And then do a full combo before he puts his head in this position. You can sneak in a couple more hits here if you're fast enough. As his head is coming back up, time in R's so you don't fall off. Do all of the bashes except the last one. I actually cut it 1 more short to be safe, so I don't do the last 2 bashes. Because if I were to do another bash, I'd easily fall off. So you want to cut your R's short when you think you need to start moving back to his back. And then I jump back to not fall. As he puts his head back up, you want to do another R's. And mash out your bashes. And then if your R's gets interrupted, you can do a couple more hits to kill him. As soon as you kill Behemoth, use a Mega Elixir. And go to this specific blue rock. You'll see like a yellow line in front of it too. And you want to lock onto this specific Dark Ball. As he's fully spawned in, you can start spamming fire. It takes 2 fires to kill each Dark Ball, and you just want to lock on switch before every second fire hits. If they disappear like that, that's fine. This happens pretty often. Just get out of the way so they don't hit you. You'd have to be close enough to them so that they teleport in immediately, but you can also time a dodge roll to prevent yourself from getting hit. Like that. After killing the last Dark Ball, immediately super glide to the Heartless Emblem door. and mash triangle while super gliding to command Donald and Goofy to follow you. For this strat, I do a safe strat, and you can do this too. I just did this to be safe because I was on PB pace. I just basically jump while they're spawning in to like manipulate the invisibles to like target me more. Okay, and then as or no, it's to manipulate Donald and Goofy to not target the invisibles too early. As you're commanding your party, as the invisibles are spawning in, just keep jumping towards like the wall in the back here to prevent Donald and Goofy from aggroing the invisibles. When you see them start moving towards you, you want to time your jump to jump over their lunge. Jump over their lunge and cast stop. And then a second group of invisibles will lunge. You'll want to jump over that and also use a stop. But don't switch your lock on. Keep locked on to this invisible right in front of you. After most of the invisibles are stopped here, you can spam gravities while lock on switching. And then finish everything off with air combos. Make sure to not use too much MP though, because you do need 2 MP to summon Simba. After the last invisible dies, summon Simba immediately. I was almost too late on that summon. And make sure you're by the emblem door when you're summoning Simba too, otherwise the enemies will hit you. And then you're just going to do a bunch of full charges to kill everyone. And there you go. After the last wave dies, you can start clanking your Keyblade on this emblem door, because for some reason it causes the next part to load in faster. I'm not sure why. But yeah, let me show a faster strat that is equally as consistent. So shoutouts to Deanna for this strat.
And it's pretty
It's pretty consistent. But basically, instead of using stop for safety, you can just
easy to execute.
use gravities.
It's not even hard.
The Dark Ball and Behemoth fight is exactly the same. The difference will be with the invisibles. So after killing the last Dark Ball, glide towards the Heartless Emblem door, command Donald and Goofy, like before.
Such a
Or you can dodge roll, doesn't matter.
simple change.
And then, as the invisibles are coming towards you, jump to the right of them, like so, and spam a bunch of gravities on that specific invisible. For some reason, if you do this, the invisibles will target Donald and Goofy instead of you, and you can get everyone into the gravities here. And then you can just finish them off with air combos. Like, look how fast that is.
So fast.
It's so fast. Let's take a look at that again. This is a very consistent strat. And it's not even that hard to do. And again, shoutouts to Deanna for finding this. And then you summon Simba right after the last invisible is dead. Also shout us to getting 2 Gales. Would be nice during plat runs, but doesn't matter on any percent. Yeah, after this fight, go through this door. Pick up this chest for another Mega Elixir. As you're touching the save point, you want to replace Omega Arts, or sorry, replace Ray of Light with Raven's Claw, and you want to keep Omega Arts on. Give Goofy Ray of Light. And on Sora, equip Air Combo Plus and MP Rage. Or it's either MP Rage or I think it's MP Haste. Hold on, let me... I should probably look at my notes. I can't actually read Japanese. I'm just going off of memory here. Yeah, it's MP Rage. Okay, I was right the first time. So at this point, you should have 2 Air Combo Pluses equipped. And then enter the door. Skip this cutscene. You can skip that during the white. And then super glide over to here. Skip that cutscene when you see the HUD disappear. Skip this when you see that fade in. Super glide to Riku Ansem. And then this fight is pretty tricky. Basically, you want to keep Ansem in this corner over here by being between... Like, you have to keep Ansem between you and this corner. And he'll basically, most of the time, go in the opposite direction. Or he'll go into the direction... I don't... It's kind of weird to explain. If you're directly in front of him, he'll go backwards, if that makes sense. Like, to try to get away from you. So you want to knock him, like, towards the corner. He has a stagger counter of 4. So after the 4th hit, you can hit him a couple more times. So I like to hit him 6 times and then do an Rs. Bashes are risky here, but you can, like, squeeze in a couple if you're confident. But yeah, see, like, I'm doing some manipulation here to get him into the corner. Just keep him between you and this corner right here. Sorry, his stagger counter is 3, and then you can hit him 3 more times after, and then use an Rs. If he attacks right there, don't do any bashes. Get in front of him immediately. Not like that. Like, obviously keep him in the corner. I should have gone further out there, but I got lucky. So like that, get in front of him if he does that attack with his Guardian. If he's doing this animation, he's about to submit you. You can either Rs through the submit, or just stay close to him and it will never hit you. You can also dodge roll into him to be safe. I think I panicked here because I didn't want to lose time. I was on a really good pace.
Oh my god.
But yeah, if you roll into him, that will never hit you. Whatever you do, though, do not roll away when he submits you. Always roll into Ansem, not away from him. If he does submit Donald or Goofy, just Rs through this attack, assuming you have MP. And still keep him in the corner if you can. And if you stagger him with Rs, you can do some air combos on him as well. When he stops staggering, he will do this attack again, most likely. At this point, like, I just have to wing it because he's going up here now. If he goes up here, you're going to have to move him to this corner, like, way in the distance. This is not supposed to happen. This is just a messy fight, but I think I handled it pretty well. It's a very awkward, inconsistent fight, but just try to keep him in that corner. And here is another menu. This is the last menu. Open up Goofy's abilities and equip Tornado again.
No.
And then on Sora, put on all of your elixirs and mega elixirs that you have. And you can also use a cottage if you have an extra cottage, which I would recommend if you're new to running this game. I will show the faster strat here. And then I'll show the beginner-friendly strat, which you need an extra elixir for. So for this, you're just gonna do air combos without finishers. If you do this perfectly, you can do 4 hits per combo until the very end. Do a 4-hit combo here. Do 1 more hit and then lock on switch to the head as it's coming down and do 3 more hits. You just keep doing 4-hit combos. When you see his head coming back up, do 1 hit, lock on switch back to this arm, and do 3 more hits. And then keep doing 4 hits over and over. At the end here, you can do a finisher, because that will kill if you don't drop any combos. So honestly, like, it's a pretty easy strat on paper. It's just hard to execute those air combos. The beginner-friendly strat is pretty easy. Again, you will need an extra elixir for this, and it does help to be at full MP if you can. But basically, you do 4 hits, 4 air hits at the beginning here. And then use an R's immediately. Do all of the bashes except the last one. Do 2 hits on the ground. Reset your combo and do 1 more hit into an R's. Do all of the bashes except the last one. Do 4 hits in the air. Or sorry, do a full combo in the air. And then do another R's. And the R should kill. And use an elixir right after to refill your MP. And then we have Ansem 2, which is most people's most difficult fight in the game. This is the hardest fight to learn. But basically, Ansem has the same stagger count here as Ansem 1. If you hit him 3 times, he'll put his Guardian up, but you can hit him 7 times before that happens if you're fast enough. So at the beginning here, you just want to stagger him to force his Guardian to come up. You can hit him up to 7 times if you're fast enough, and then move to the back of him when he puts his Guardian up. I like to use an R's on his back. After that, after he puts up the Guardian the first time, I like to R's him in the back for some fast damage. If you don't see him stagger, don't do any bashes, because there's a chance he will try to submit you. And again, if this happens, roll through it. I think right there I played it safe and didn't do any extra hits. If he staggers from the back, stop hitting him after the second stagger. Move to his front again. And this is the most important part, DM skip. There's a desperation move Ansem can do where he's completely invincible. It wastes 20 seconds. And basically you just have to run in a circle around him to avoid the Guardian, which will be coming up from the floor to attack you. It's a very easy DM to dodge, but it wastes 20 seconds, so you want to skip it. The way to skip it is by doing 2 hits on Ansem, or basically 3 hits and then R's. But to do that, you want to do 2 hits first, drop on the ground and do 1 more hit, fall to the floor again, and then the way I time this is by holding back on my left analog stick. When you see Sora turn around is when you use R's. When you like fully turn around. And it should stagger him as long as he's not up against a wall. So it's also important that you keep Ansem away from the walls if you can. And you can actually delay this hit of ours, like this bash, to stagger him right before he's about to attack. Most runners don't do this because they don't know how. Or like either they don't know how, or it's very hard to time. If you know, you know. I deliberately delay that as much as I can to get the stagger. If you get this stagger, stop with your bashes, and you can keep wailing on him again from the front. And again, you do 2 hits, 3 hits total, land on the ground. This was risky. I should not have done it this way. I should have done these hits separately. But again, I was on world record pace, so I had to go. I had to risk it. So after my 3rd hit, I land on the ground and do R's after turning back. And he didn't stagger here. He could have DM'd, but he decided not to. He could have DM'd there, so that was a risky play. I'm lucky that it worked. There are other things Ansem can do, though, that you need to look out for. I wonder if it's in my recording, because I have another strat here. The big Sid strat is basically a DM skip you can do on Ansem without using R's. It's not necessarily faster, but it can allow you... It's a good backup strat for when Ansem is against a wall, because this strat will still stagger Ansem if he's up against a wall, while ours will not. So it's good to know this strat regardless, in the case that you need to use it. Oh, and there are like multiple things Ansem can do at the start here. He can either swipe, which is the most common. He can do his dash attack, like dashing with his guardian, and there will be like purple covering him. You just have to guard that or parry. Or he can use shockwaves on the floor, which you have to dodge roll through. This swipe attack, you want to jump over. And then you can stagger him by delaying your hits a little bit. But yeah, you can hit him in the back a couple times and do this R's at the start. And then I used iframes to get through that swipe attack, which is a little risky. Because again, like, he could submit me there instead. I think it's really down to like reaction time, or to play it safe, you can just not do any bashes. But yeah, right, you want to stop hitting him when he's like, don't get him down to his green HP bar unless you're trying to go for DM skip. Like, don't hit him until you're going for DM skip at this point. So, okay, for this strat, you stagger him twice, and then you do 3 sets of 2-hit short hop air combos. Like that. And then that last combo will stagger him every time if you time it correctly. Big Sid does it a little differently. He does 2 sets of 3, but I found that that's less consistent for me, so I do 3 sets of 2 instead. So let's go over that again. So stagger him 2 times, and then do 3 sets of 2. And then that will stagger him. And then you can keep wailing on him. And then you can actually keep wailing on him after his next attack, because he won't DM until the attack after. So get DM skip, combo him, dodge his attack, combo him again, and then go for DM skip. So after this, like after this Guardian that he puts in front of him, is when he'll try to DM again. So right here, I want to go for DM skip again. So 2 staggers, and then 3 sets of 2. And then he staggered again right there. Let's see if I can show off, because he hasn't done the dash attack or the shockwave. I want to see if I get a fight with those, just to show you how to deal with that. You're just giving me good RNG. Yeah, so that's how Sid does it. He does 2 sets of 3. And see, like, that didn't work for me because I was too fast. That's why I like doing 3 sets of 2 instead. Oh, okay, he does a different attack here. Let's go. I made sure to record plenty of footage of this fight. Yeah, so at the start, if he doesn't go towards you immediately and he moves to the side like that, he's probably going to do this dash towards you. Or alternatively, he can shockwave. With enough experience, you'll be able to predict what he does, which is why I go for an instant parry in the air. It just comes with experience. Yeah, so I tried Sid's way again and failed it again. So yeah, I'd recommend 3 sets of 2 instead of 2 sets of 3. Do I have any fight with the shockwave? Does he just never shockwave me? Well, regardless, you'll see him like shoot up 2 light beams at the same time. All you have to do is dodge roll through it and then hit him right after. It's really easy. I don't know why he never does the light beam during practice. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is light beam. And so right there, I couldn't predict him fast enough. Sometimes he can delay his dash, and sometimes he can just do it immediately. If you get hit by it twice, make sure to heal, though. I see a lot of runners die to this fight, and I'm like, bro, you have Leaf Bracer. Just use Leaf Bracer if you get hit more than once. Don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic. Just heal. Heal on the ground. You'll be fine. I promise. Yeah, if he like stands around awkwardly, it means he could do the dash again. If he backs away, he can either do the shockwave like he's about to do here, or he can dash again. Yeah, so just dodge roll through that and hit him. It is much easier, though, to do the 3 hits into R's, though. It's more consistent. This backup that I'm showing is good to know, though, if you ever get into a situation where you either don't have MP, or he's up against a wall and R's wouldn't work. So just something to keep in mind. I honestly don't know how he didn't DM right there. I think he was just being a nice guy. But yeah, that's the gist of Ansem 2. It's a very complicated fight. This fight requires the most practice probably. And if you still have any questions about this fight after watching this video, please ask around in the Kingdom Hearts Speedrun Discord if you still need help understanding this fight. But I hope I explained it in enough detail. And then after that, we have final fights, which aren't super complicated. At the start here, lock on, do a full combo, and your finisher should always parry his first attack if you do it fast enough. After parrying, or after doing your finisher, cast arrow on yourself from the magic menu. It'll be your bottom magic spell every time. And then you want to do a bunch of combos without finishers most of the time. But I do use finishers to parry every time he's attacking, because that allows you to attack faster out of the parry, and it prevents you from taking damage from his attack. And then right there, you can parry 2 additional attacks with precise timing. And you can like bob and weave through the lasers and get more parries with precise timing. Honestly, you don't really have to worry about, like, as a beginner, you don't have to worry about parrying him so much. I'm doing it because it's like a big it's not really a big optimization, it's just optimal to parry him instead of getting hit, instead of taking damage. But the most important thing is just to like keep up your arrows and keep up your cures and don't die. And right there I leaf bracer because I knew I was going to get hit otherwise. If you're crazy like me and you have a lot of damage on him during his last phase, you might not have to use another arrow at the end here, but I would recommend it if you're starting out to use another arrow. And that ended up being a best segment. That's not even my fastest fight, but one important thing I left out. There's actually a very important HP gate here. Because you can skip his second phase where he spams a bunch of lasers. And I will show you what that is. So it is at half a brown and half a yellow HP bar. So you can delay his DM essentially.
No freaking way.
And right here, I go for something risky. As the fight is like fading out, you can do a dodge roll at a specific time to go through the load zone during the cutscene, and it automatically skips the cutscene after. So like that. And it automatically skips the cutscene. However, it makes this entire fight blurry. But if you mistime that dodge roll, it'll make your entire screen white for the entire duration of this fight until you defeat all of the enemies and the core. So it's risky to go for, but if you're a top runner, you'll want to go for it to save a couple seconds. For this fight, you want to come close to the shadows, bait them to jump at you and move away from them, and then use R's on the group of shadows. So right there, I baited them to jump towards me, and then I backed up and started R's. Oops. Whoopsies. And don't use your final bash, of course, because that'll knock the shadows too far away from you. After that, you can start another R's and like lock on switch if any of them are alive. Unfortunately, a lot of the shadows stayed underground, and this was a pretty slow fight for me. After you kill the last shadow, the core will appear. You want to do a gravity and 2 hits. And use an elixir. If you accidentally pick up like a mega potion here, just use that immediately. Get rid of it. And then you can wail on this core a bit to get some orange MP. Although it's not like super important. And then here, this fight is tricky, but just glide up to here as quickly as you can. Land behind, or you can land like either behind this artillery or next to it, but get behind it after you land. And do an R's immediately to not get hit by these lasers. You should be able to iframe your way. Like iframe your way with R's through the lasers. Don't do any bashes. Your R's hits will kill without bashes here. Immediately after that, lock on to this artillery and do an R's. Again, don't do bashes. After that, lock on again. You'll lock onto this artillery, jump from here. Like double press X so you start flying again and do a full combo to kill. It's okay if you get hit once, but if you get hit twice, you should heal. But yeah, land right here on the right here, lock on to the artillery right here, and do another R's. During this R's, you can also make sure to preset an elixir, like a regular elixir, not a mega elixir. So you see that I'm checking for, just to make sure my cursor's on the elixir. Because at the very start here, after finishes this animation or whatever, you have to use an elixir immediately. So rise, use the elixir, keep going up, and go through that mist. And right here, you want to inch yourself ever so slightly forward, lock on, and use a gravity on this front dark ball. And then use an R's on this group of squished dark balls. After this, spam a bunch of fires to kill the rest. If some of the dark balls come close to you though, and there's like 2 or 3 of them, you can use R's again to clean them up if they're like getting too close to you.
Oh my god.
That was a very, very good fight. And then, like before, use the gravity and some air hits to kill the core.
Amazing.
And then here, use a Mega Elixir to refill your MP and Goofy's HP and MP. It's also good. This is RNG, but you can get Mega Ethers in this fight from the Dark Balls. Make sure to pick as many of them up as you can. Because after this next fight, you can give Goofy some extra MP. Although, again, it's not required. Just makes things a little more consistent. Okay, at the start of this fight, lock on and start flying towards the face. Preset arrow onto Goofy as you're flying. When you see that flash of light that just happened, this flash of light above you as you're flying past it, once you fly past it is when you put arrow onto Goofy. And then do some air hits without a finisher. After your second set of 4 hits, use an arrow on yourself. You'll get hit here every time. That's fine. And then move to the side here and do more hits. And this is hard to explain, but basically in between every set of air combos, you want to move like left and right to avoid the lasers that can hit you. And if they hit you, that's fine. You can just leaf bracer if you need to. I do a finisher there because I know I'm going to get hit anyway. And the getting hit basically gets rid of the end lag of the finisher. Same thing for that finisher there. And here I'm probably going to leaf bracer since I'm almost at half HP. Or no, I brute force my way through it. I'm a Giga Chad. Goofy's going to be dead at this point, so you want to heal him at the end here and use a Mega Ether on him if you have one. And then heal yourself. If you don't have a Mega Ether, don't worry about healing Goofy and just heal yourself. It is fine if he doesn't have MP. It just makes this next fight a little more risky. As long as you have a decent amount of MP, it's fine. So here you want to back up, jump in the air, and use a gravity. And then as they're lunging at you, do a big jump and spam gravities. And when you see that most of them are under the gravities, you can use R's to clean them up.
Oh my god.
And then use 3 fires to kill this core. Alternatively, there is a safe strat with stop, which most people don't do on beginner. It's mostly reserved for standard and proud. But this can work on beginner as well. and is more consistent. Where basically, at the start of this fight, instead of using gravity immediately, you would instead jump as they're lunging at you, use a stop, and use a second stop when the second group lunges at you too. And then you can spam like a bunch of gravities from there and clean everyone up with air combos.
Oh my god, dude. Just die already.
This strat sucks on Proud because we only have 5 MP, so the stop doesn't last nearly as long. But on Beginner, it's going to be a lot more consistent. So that's a safe strat you can do. After you kill the core with 3 fires, you can wail on it some more to build up some MP. Skip the cutscene, fly up, past the lasers, under that laser, land on the ground, use 3 gravities and do a air combo. And then you want to use a Mega Elixir at the right time. I'll tell you when. When you see this white flash start to happen, you use the Mega Elixir. This prevents Goofy from wasting MP by doing a tornado on this random artillery. And you should have 1 Mega Elixir left after this. And for final Ansem, you want to skip this cutscene. Lock on and command your party to go to him immediately and start moving to the right. Use an arrow on yourself immediately after you command them. And then fly to the right here and then to the left to avoid these first 2 sets of lasers, and then keep spamming air hits without finishers. And keep mashing triangle in between your air combos so that Goofy has a higher chance to use Tornado. Okay, as you're getting sucked back here, first off, make sure to heal yourself if you're low on HP. Play it safe. Definitely not worth dying on the last fight. But secondly, when you're getting sucked back, you can like inch yourself forward and like hit his arm right here if you're close enough. You can get some extra hits in. And then right at the end of the DM, when you're getting sucked back even more, use the next Mega Elixir. And then fly forward to avoid the big explosion. And then from here on out, you just keep doing more air hits until he dies, pretty much. And that's GG's. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. I hope you find it useful. If you have any questions, leave them in the comments down below. I'm not the best at explaining stuff, but I tried my best, really. I recorded a lot of extra footage too. I hope you like this format too, because my other 2 tutorials were recorded with me like playing in real time. But I think it's better to do it this way, where I'm like explaining world record level strats instead. Yeah, if you have any questions, leave them in the comments or ask around in the Kingdom Hearts Speedrun Discord as well. And I guess one last thing, this is probably the last tutorial for a speedrun I'm ever going to make. Because after this, I want to start focusing more on like entertainment style content like I have been recently. But I thought, you know, people have been asking for this for so many years, and this is like the least that I can do for the KH1 community who got me this far. So like without them I wouldn't be here, so this is my gift in return, and I hope it helps. It's going to be nice for people to have a up-to-date tutorial after like 7 years. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.